introduction on behalf of Ngāti Whātua.
Tēnā tātou te whare, māku te karakia tibatanga o tēnei hui o tēnei kaupapa hirihira, nō reira me karakia tātou. Tā whakinuia he mā tākina mai rā te kupu o tuanuku o tuarangi. Ki runga ki au ki tēnei mānga o tā kamatua e tū nei. Nau ko wahi aroa, ko rāta, ko tūwhakararo, ko whakatau, ko pōtiki, ko rongo mai, ko au, ko Ngāti Whātua oi. He kauri tū wau, he manuka, he matakahi, ki te ara o reo kia tika, o reo kia rere, o reo kia Māori. Ko te kaha kei au, he kaha tua tini tini, he kaha tua mano mano. Ka putu ki te whai ao, ka putu ki te ao mārama. Tūturu e rangi, tūturu e papa, turuturu o whiti whakamaua kia tīna, tīna, hui e, tai ki e. A tēnā koutou, he aku rangatira, ngā kai komihana, Judy, Grant, Anthony, tēnā koutou. He aku rangatira i tēnei whare, koutou kua tai mai nei, haramai, haramai, haramai. Haramai ki te whenua rangatira o Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei, ki waho, ngā wai, tuna mau, te wai o horitu, ngā wai e rere nei ki te watamata kupenga rau. I aku rangatira, i aku kaimahi, i aku kai komihana, haramai, haramai, haramai. Kei te mihi hoki ki a tātou ki te kaupapa o tēnei hui, o tēnei wiki, o tēnei rā. Te kaupapa, te arai, uruta. Te kaupapa, uiunga, te wā COVID-19 ki tāmaki makaurau. A kei te tuahau kei kōnei, hei tautoko ki tēnei kaupapa, kei te mahi tahi tātou, i tēnei wiki, hei tautoko ki tēnei kaupapa. Ka ki mai koe, ki au, he ahata mea nui o te ao, mā koe ki a tū, he tangata, he takiwa, he kaupapa. He tangata, he takiwa, he kaupapa. Nō reira i te whare, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa. Te ao kapua e rere mai rā, kei te moana e i konei au, mihi atu ai, tangi atu ai e hara i te tama, he whatu toto ke. Nō reira, me mihi au ki ngā mate o te tātou tini marae. Nō reira, he matua poisi, e te whanaunga Tai Lindsay, e te rangatira Clay John Hawke, kua hinga i te rā wiki, e aku whanaunga, e aku rangatira, moi mai, moi mai, moi mai rā. Nō reira i ngā mate, oia marae, ko koutou tēnei kua hoko i te pai. Kua koro ki runga ki ngā tōtura teitei o te wānui a tāne, haere ngā mate. Haere e mua i te tirohanga a ngā iwi, ko mahoa iho nei i a koutou ki te ao tūroa, haere ki manawa kore. E ki ai te kōrero, hikoi a te whetū, hikoi a te marama, kārere, ko te ati whai, haere ngā mate. Nō reire te whare, tēnā koutou, Māori ora, Māori Whātua.
Kia ora. Thank you on behalf of the Commission for that introduction and welcome. And we welcome everyone who is here today and everyone who is watching on the live stream. I'm Chair of the Inquiry. My name is Grant Illingworth, and alongside me are my fellow Commissioners Judy Kavanagh and Anthony Hill. We welcome those of you who are giving public testimony at this hearing and sharing your insights and perspectives here in the coming days. The challenges, the positives, and the important issues, the matters to which you based your experiences on in the pandemic. In the room, we have counsel assisting the inquiry. So we have Nicolette, Levy, KC, and Danielle Kelly, and they'll help to guide us through the witnesses and testimony and help us as commissioners fulfil our requirements under our terms of reference. We thank the many thousands of individuals, community groups, organisations and businesses who have already shared their experiences with the inquiry through our engagements, our public submissions and our private interviews. And we welcome through the live stream the public of Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's important that you can watch the hearing as it is conducted. We want to make sure as many of you as possible can engage with the inquiry. This inquiry is for all of us, recognising that everyone has been impacted by the pandemic. A welcome too to the broad range of media, both here in the room and also those reporting from live stream. Your independent and balanced reporting is important to help inform the public about the work of the inquiry and what we are going to hear over the coming days. I want to acknowledge up front that this hearing may be difficult for many people. It may bring back unwanted memories and potentially hurt and trauma for many of you. We encourage you to seek support from those close to you and to take care of yourself, potentially, if necessary, by tuning out of the proceeding if it becomes too much for you. Ngā mihi maoha to you all. I just want to talk briefly now about why we are holding this public hearing and indeed the purpose of phase 2 of the inquiry. The COVID-19 pandemic has been one of the most defining experiences of our lifetimes. Phase 1 of the inquiry's report sums up our collective experience in this way. There would be no escaping COVID-19 and normal life would be on hold for some time to come. Almost overnight, the routine and familiar were upended. The pandemic hit Aotearoa, New Zealand hard, and it was harder on some people than others. We know people, groups, communities and businesses were affected, and some remain affected in different ways. As commissioners of this inquiry, our job is to identify lessons from the COVID-19 response to ensure that as a country we can be better prepared for future pandemics. Why? Just as the Phase 1 report says about the nature of future pandemics, this uncertainty presents challenges, but it does not make us powerless. For this reason, public hearings are very helpful to the inquiry. They are an important source of evidence and will assist us to inform our findings and recommendations through the exercise of both listening and by asking questions. Hearings also provide you, the public, access to the work of this inquiry, so you can better understand what we're looking into and why, and also to hear for yourself a range of COVID-19 related experiences. Phase 2 of the inquiry, I'm pleased to report, is progressing well. We're well advanced with our analysis of the staggering 31,000 public submissions we've received just in Phase 2. Commissioners and I have also been on the road, meeting with communities around the country to gather their insights. We are analysing the several thousand evidential public and government documents we've obtained. We've been conducting interviews with key decision makers. And in August, we will hold a second and final public hearing. In that hearing, we'll hear from and question key individuals, including senior government officials and ministers who were responsible for the pandemic response and the key decisions that were made during that time. Our focus recently has been to meet with members of the community to better understand how the pandemic affected them as we begin our hearings, it's those experiences and what people have shared with me and my fellow commissioners that has stayed with me. We've heard about the very real struggles that families and entire communities in the far north who experience extreme poverty and issues they've had with basics like electricity and even running water. And how the pandemic further compounded the ability for their young people to learn and thrive. We've heard about the incredible lengths that people went to in their communities to support others, and in particular, the experience of a Pacifica community leader from Manukau, who, in addition to playing a critical leadership role, also cared for more than a dozen people in her modest-sized family home. We've heard about the real challenges that lockdowns imposed on some people living with disabilities, and the fear that they felt about people not following the rules in order for them to keep safe from the virus. We've heard from people about their difficult vaccine experiences, including vaccine mandates. At the same time, we've heard incredible stories of resilience, connection, care for others, and working together for the greater good. Critically, all this work for us is about listening and asking questions. It's vital to our understanding to help us form robust, practical, and future-focused findings and recommendations. We think it's important for as many people as possible to hear these experiences too, so that collectively we can be as prepared as possible for any future pandemic. I'll talk now about our current focus, this pandemic perspectives public hearing and what commissioners are seeking to learn. We've been directed through our Phase 2 terms of reference to focus on key pandemic response decisions the government made between February 2021 and October 2022. For this present hearing, we've selected three main areas to focus on, and that's what many of you told us has been most important for you. We'll be learning about lockdowns in 2021, in particular the extended lockdown in Auckland and Northland from September 2021, vaccine approvals and vaccine safety, and the introduction and use of vaccine mandates throughout 2021 and 2022. Counsel assisting the inquiry, who I've already introduced, will explain our terms of reference in a little more detail and will guide commissioners and I through the hearing so we can hear from individuals, organisations and a few experts about the effects of these key decisions. This includes how key decisions impacted social division and isolation, health and education, and business activity. We'll look at the consequences of key decisions and the lessons to be learned from what happened. Our goal is to seek lessons from those who share their experiences with us to strengthen Aotearoa New Zealand's preparedness and management for any future pandemic. Commissioners and I want to thank all of you for your time, for your insights, for your expertise, and for your willingness to share them with us for the betterment of all of us here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Ngā mātou noa nā, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. I now call upon Ms. Levy to introduce this commission.
Thank you. Welcome commissioners and viewers to the first public hearing of the second phase of the Royal Commission of Inquiry into COVID-19 in New Zealand. I'm Nicolette Levy, counsel from Wellington assisting the Royal Commission, with Danielle Kelly, counsel from Auckland. I will explain shortly what will happen in the hearing this week, but it is necessary to first go back to 2020 in order to set the scene for our proceedings. This week will be a reminder of the COVID times, meaning the times when all we talked about was COVID. We can all recall how it began with stories from overseas, in particular of health systems being overwhelmed and reports of numerous deaths. And then it was here, and we were in lockdown. The stories from overseas continued, and for many, lockdown felt like a safe space in a worrying new world. It was 23 March 2020 when the country first entered what was then called an Alert Level 3 lockdown, followed by an Alert Level 4 lockdown 2 days later. We all understood that the scope and scale of the pandemic was unprecedented in our time and so called for an unprecedented response.
Our plan is simple. We can stop the spread by staying at home and reducing contact. Now is the time to act. That's why Cabinet met today and agreed that effective immediately, we will move to Alert Level 3 nationwide. After 48 hours, the time required to ensure essential services are in place, we will move to Level 4. These decisions will place the most significant restrictions on New Zealanders' movements in modern history. This is not a decision taken lightly, but it is our best chance to slow the virus and to save lives.
So borders to New Zealand were closed from the 19th of March 2020, and the lockdown rules meant we had to stay at home unless we were essential workers or shopping for essential supplies. That lockdown, including levels 3 and 4, lasted 7.5 weeks, and then there was a gradual return to a new normal. The borders remain closed, and for people with close family or friends banned from returning to New Zealand, there were some very hard times. New Zealanders and their families faced a literal lottery to get back to the country and were then quarantined for 2 weeks upon arrival. While here, life was relatively normal. In August 2020 and February 2021, there were 3 short, localised lockdowns when cases were detected in Auckland. The news that several vaccines had been created and were tested for use on the news arrived that several vaccines had been created and been tested for use on a large scale. In February 2021, it was announced that the Pfizer vaccine had been given provisional approval in New Zealand, and a few days later the government announced that Pfizer was the vaccine chosen for a rollout in New Zealand. We were told that no one would be forced to be vaccinated. However, from April 2021, some border workers did have to be vaccinated, and other mandates followed. When the vaccine began arriving in bulk, priority was given to those most at risk from COVID, including the elderly, people with underlying health conditions, and people with disabilities. As sufficient vaccine and people to administer it became available, other recognised vulnerable populations, Māori and Pacifica, could receive the vaccine. In August 2021, a new strain of COVID, Delta, was detected, and the country was once again in an Alert Level 4 lockdown. For most of the country, this lockdown lasted only 3 weeks, but for Auckland it was 17 long weeks until lockdown restrictions were fully eased and traffic was permitted in and out of Auckland again. At the same time, Northland and parts of Waikato spent 12 weeks in lockdown. As this occurred, vaccination continued and vaccine mandates were introduced. Some were mandates by work role, for example, teachers, health practitioners, care and support workers, and prison workers. Others were mandates by activity, such as being unable to visit cafes or libraries or swimming pools without displaying proof of vaccination. Some people lost jobs or income. Others lost close relationships, as the vaccinated majority of the adult population struggled to understand and sometimes tolerate the minority, many of whom considered they had sound reasons for not being vaccinated. As the rates of vaccination climbed, there were reports of adverse reactions to vaccinations, and more people lost jobs as a result of vaccine mandates, and more relationships fractured. Everyone will recall different experiences, many of which have ongoing consequences. In April 2022, so more than 2 years after it all began, the mandates began to be relaxed. First police, defence staff and staff in education roles, then border and corrections workers in July 2022, and healthcare and finally care workers in September 2022. COVID continues today, and we test for it, monitor the wastewater and record reported cases, but the pandemic phase of the disease is over. So what is the Royal Commission of Inquiry and what is its task? A Royal Commission of Inquiry can be established when there is a matter of serious public importance to be inquired into. In 2022, the Labour government established a Royal Commission of Inquiry into New Zealand's response to the COVID pandemic, with broad terms of reference, which is the name given to the instructions to the Royal Commission about what it is to inquire into. That part of the Royal Commission, which we now call Phase 1, looked at 7 broad areas of the response that were especially challenging for the country and its decision makers. They included the introduction of border restrictions, the use of mandatory measures to achieve public health benefits, efforts to keep the health system going, the management of the economy, and the use of vaccinations. After investigating the prescribed areas, Phase 1 published a report in November 2024 with 6 broad future-focused lessons and 39 recommendations intended to give them practical effect. The report, with a summary report, a compilation of recommendations document, and an experiences report, is on the inquiry's website. The Phase 1 reports include the numbers of the pandemic, that from 2020 to 2022, 3,276 people died from COVID-19 in New Zealand, but our COVID-19 mortality rate was much lower than most other countries, that our health system was never overwhelmed by cases, although it was often strained in other ways. That while our lockdowns were among the most stringent in the world, we spent more of 2020 and the first half of 2021 free from onerous restrictions than people elsewhere. That a generous economic response cushioned people from the worst of the pandemic's immediate impacts, and initially at least, Aotearoa New Zealand's social and economic outcomes were better than most other OECD countries. Phase 1 notes too that although the pandemic hit Aotearoa New Zealand hard, and it was harder on some people than others, by the end of October 2024, COVID-19 either caused or contributed to the deaths of more than 4,000 people. Many others became seriously ill, and some remain so today due to long COVID. A disproportionate share of the health burden fell on Māori and Pacific peoples. Contentious public health measures like vaccine mandates wore away at what had initially been a united wall of public support for the pandemic response. Along with the rising tide of misinformation and disinformation, this created social fissures that have not entirely been repaired. Certain groups, many already disadvantaged or vulnerable well before the pandemic, were left worse off when it subsided. Phase 1 also talks about how when the response to COVID-19 was at its most effective, it was due not only to the hard work of public servants and politicians, but also to businesses and industries, iwi and Māori, Pacific communities, other ethnic communities, social service providers, charities, volunteers, and many more. They knew the needs of their sectors or communities, they knew how to reach them, and they could often do what central government could not. The response to the next pandemic and preparations for it must therefore harness their strengths. In its summary report, Phase 1 notes that Aotearoa New Zealand has much to be proud of when it looks back on its response to COVID-19, but there is significant room for improvement. Not only will the next pandemic be different, but our response must be different too, and better. In June 2024, when the Phase 1 inquiry reports were being written, the coalition government decided that there were aspects of the pandemic response which required more detailed study, and so this, a second phase of the Royal Commission, was established. To assist with continuity, Mr Illingworth QC was appointed as a commissioner in respect of the first phase of the Royal Commission. Excuse me. His involvement was limited to considering and approving the report of the work of Phase 1, but he did not access all the information collected by Phase 1, and that Phase 1 report was published in September 2024. Mr Illingworth then became chair of this, Phase 2 of the Royal Commission, with the outgoing commissioners being replaced by Anthony Hill and Judy Kavanagh, both already introduced to you today. Phase 2 has the job of inquiring into specified matters arising in the second part of the COVID response, so beginning in February 2021. Our terms of reference require us to look into key decisions of government taken between February 2021 and October 2022, being decisions to do with vaccines, vaccine approval, safety and mandates, the August and onward lockdowns in 2021, and the steps taken to buy personal protective equipment and COVID testing and tracing products over the course of the pandemics. Some of these matters, such as vaccine safety, were largely outside the scope of Phase 1, so are being considered in Phase 2 for the first time. Others, such as the 2021 lockdowns, are being looked at in more detail than before. For example, the regional lockdowns and their consequences. Those dates seem a long time away now. The Phase 2 period of interest was not the jolt of sudden lockdowns alongside the threat of the health system being overwhelmed. Everyone can remember where they were when the first lockdown was announced, but maybe not when masks became compulsory on public transport. But the significance of those 21 months, beginning February 2021 and ending October 2022, cannot be overstated. To remind you, the vaccines were approved in February 2021, arrived shortly afterwards, and Delta arrived in August 2021. Vaccination of border workers began in February, with vaccine mandates introduced in April for border and high-risk workers and added for others later in the same year. The call for 90% vaccination went out when the vaccine became available for everyone over 16. Then vaccination became a requirement for any real participation in society. We have a clip.
Kia ora koutou katoa, no mai haere mai ki te manatū haora. Nice to see you all back here today. As you would have heard a little earlier on, the Prime Minister has announced that MedSafe has approved the conditions of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for use in New Zealand. That provisional approval was agreed and gazetted today by MedSafe, and I've got with me here Chris James, who's the Group Manager of MedSafe, who'll talk shortly and help me with responding to your questions.
So Phase 2 has two focuses in respect of each of the three topics. First, to closely examine the key decisions and the way in which they came about, and secondly, to report on any lessons learned from what happened. When looking at the key decisions, we are instructed to consider whether, in each of the three response areas, the government's decisions, A, were sufficiently informed by advice about the social and economic consequences they were likely to cause, especially their effects on social division and isolation, health, education, inflation, debt, and business activities. So that's the first thing we have to consider. We have to consider the advice decision makers were given at the time and whether that was reflected in the decisions made. We have to consider whether the government's decisions took account of the experiences and evolving practices in other comparable countries. Did the decisions made strike a reasonable balance between pursuing COVID-19 public health goals, and minimising social and economic disruptions. And finally, did they produce those decisions? Did they produce unforeseen consequences? Phase 2 began its work in October last year. Our terms of reference require us to use publicly available documents and the results of previous investigations as much as possible. There have been a large number of investigations into many aspects of COVID-19 in New Zealand and countries overseas. But unlike Phase 1, we can hold public hearings when we consider that doing so would substantially increase public confidence in the work that we are doing. Prior to making the decision to hold this and a further hearing, Phase 2 began its work in the usual way an inquiry does, by sending notices to all the government departments and other organisations likely to hold information that would help us better understand what decisions were made and what advice decision makers received when they made the decisions that had such dramatic impacts on New Zealanders. Over 7,400 documents have been received and 31,000 public submissions. The documents received reflect the hours and hours of meetings held and the very detailed advice given to the decision makers. A team of people not present today but back in the Wellington office have looked at that information and analysed it. After that analysis has occurred, Phase 2 of the inquiry has held more than 20 interviews with government officials, asking them questions arising from the information about what happened, who was involved, and how information was collected and reported on. There is more work of this kind to be done, as will be explained. Next, Phase 2 has collected evidence about the consequences of decisions. The decisions made about vaccines, mandates, lockdowns, and personal protective equipment, or PPE. That has been done by way of engagements, which are meetings with groups of people with common experiences from a range of communities, or with people working in different sectors, to hear about how the COVID decisions affected the organisations and the people they were involved with. Through that process, and particularly because of meeting with some of the very many people in groups who had provided written submissions to the inquiry, it was decided that further evidence should be obtained at a public hearing so that the public could understand the types of evidence we were hearing and the wide range of people and organisations that we were hearing from. Commissioners have decided that a hearing that does that will significantly enhance public confidence in the processes of the inquiry and its conclusions and recommendations. Of course, you're not hearing all the evidence, but you're getting a sample that we've tried hard to make representative of the people and groups we have heard from already. Many of the people who will be giving evidence at the hearing this week have already spoken to the inquiry as part of Phase 2. For some of them, their appearance at this hearing is an opportunity to provide more detail about their perspective of the decisions made about COVID. For other people appearing in groups, their evidence will explain the topics on which they have given evidence to the inquiry and be questioned about their processes and reasons for doing so. Several experts will also give evidence to the Commission to explain some of the research that has been conducted into the consequences of the COVID decisions. This is a public hearing. One area in which technology moved at pace during the pandemic was in enabling meetings and hearings to be held with participants and audiences in different streets, suburbs, and cities. And this hearing is a product of that development. It is public because it is live streamed with no delay and no restrictions on viewing, and because media are present in the hearing room. Commissioners, council, media, commission and technical staff and witnesses are all together in one hearing room in Auckland. Some witnesses will attend by Zoom link, so it is a public hearing of its time. After this hearing, the next step is for Phase 2 to consider evidence from the decision makers, such as the government ministers involved. We will ask them about the advice they received, whether it was sufficient or insufficient in relation to the topics we have been asked to particularly consider: social division and isolation, health and education, inflation, debt and business activity, all with a careful eye on whether the decisions made struck a reasonable balance between public health goals and minimising social and economic disruption. That evidence is being gathered in two ways. First, by a series of written questions and answers that have been sent to the government ministers, and then, we expect, by further questioning in the second public hearing to be held in August 2025. That will be a very different sort of hearing, not about perspectives of the pandemic, but about the evidence and advice behind the decisions made and lessons which can be learned from those decisions and any unexpected effects of them. It will be public in the way that this hearing is, live streamed and with a media presence. So, at this hearing, you will hear about three aspects of our terms of inquiry: vaccine safety, vaccine mandates, and lockdowns. At the beginning of each day, you will hear and see a number of short videos of people selected from those who made written submissions to us, so that you have a sense of what members of the public wanted to share. These videos, we feel, are representative of what many people throughout New Zealand experienced during the pandemic and the response to it. Lockdowns will take up the first 3 days, but many of the witnesses talking about lockdowns will also have evidence about the impacts of vaccine mandates. On Thursday, we will hear from representatives of 3 groups with strong views about vaccine safety and mandate issues: New Zealand Doctors Speaking Out with Science, Voices for Freedom, and the Health Forum New Zealand. They will speak about how their groups formed and grew, and what information they have already provided to the Commission. On Thursday afternoon, we will call an expert witness to give scientific evidence about the Pfizer vaccine. This evidence will explain what was understood in 2021 by the experts advising the government about vaccine safety and pharmacovigilance, which means tracking issues that come to light as a vaccine rollout occurs. The expert will also give his opinion that those early understandings remain correct today. Finally, on Thursday, we will hear from FACT, Fighting Against Conspiracy Theories Aotearoa, a grassroots organisation formed during COVID to combat misinformation. On Friday, we will hear from a variety of witnesses about vaccine mandates and an expert witness about some of the principles of delivering a vaccine rollout, including what was known and available before the pandemic and what has been learned from experiences around the world during it. On each topic, we will question witnesses who will appear on panels related to the community of interest which they represent or were responsible for caring for during the pandemic. You will hear from experts on each topic, although not all the experts that are available, obviously, but one expert on each topic. You will hear from people grateful for the pandemic response, which allowed vulnerable people to live normal lives, and you will hear from those critical of all parts of the pandemic response. These witnesses reflect the written submissions we have received, some very positive about all or aspects of the government response, and some very negative. Many people with vulnerabilities or vulnerable family members were very grateful for rules which meant that they could avoid sharing public spaces with unvaccinated people. Others consider those rules, indeed any rules, were a complete overreach and disproportionate to what was required. They have serious concerns about the vaccines and vaccine mandates in particular. They will tell us what steps they took to challenge the government response and to demonstrate the scale of the dissent that they saw in the community. Ms. Kelly and I will ask those witnesses some questions about the provenance of their scientific evidence and explore their suggestions for resolving issues with such evidence during a pandemic and beyond. But our terms of reference specify that we may not take a legalistic or adversarial approach, so you won't see any cross-examination at this hearing. When we have completed our questioning of the witnesses, we will invite the commissioners to ask any questions they have. When that process is complete, we will pause the live stream and the witnesses will leave the hearing room. So the live stream will show all the evidence given, but will pause for regular breaks, such as when one witness panel has finished and another is to be set up. We will endeavour to tell you on the screen when the hearing is to begin again, but as with any hearing, there are bound to be unexpected delays and maybe some slightly early starts as we progress through the program on the website under hearing schedule. So we will now begin with the first set of videos of submitters. There will then be a short break and Ms. Kelly will outline the evidence that you will hear in the first 3 days of this week about lockdowns.
My name's Lisa Barnett, and we lived in Waiuku, South Auckland, for most of the pandemic, and then we moved to the Bay of Plenty. I think it was the last lockdown. We had 2 businesses. I worked for a medical centre, so I worked for Tuakau Health Centre in Tuakau, which was part of the Waikato. I was part-time, but we also had our own company, which was a refrigeration company, which basically had about 80% of our customers were in the North Waikato. And of course, we lived in Auckland. We would find that the first lockdown was not so bad. I had a letter from the medical centre. With the company, we didn't have any paperwork. We had vans, which quite clearly showed what we were. And again, getting through the checkpoint, not a problem. There was not a lot of hold up. But as the next lockdowns and they got harder and harder, I think the second one, yeah, we struggled. I ended up working from home, which I'm fine. I work from home now. I only do payroll and accounts, so I was not actually needed in the medical centre. With the company going through the border for work, we had, it was more the time frame, and you know, like some days could be an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours actually sitting at a border waiting just to get through, to show paperwork to get through. We were never turned away for work, but it was those hours that you wait, I think had a massive impact on I know my husband, and it was my son working as well. Neither of them are very patient, so they did not like it. But also, yeah, then getting grumpy customers because we had not arrived when their milk was getting warm. It actually had a big impact on the business. We sold the business before we left, before we moved, but we had been looking at selling. But it certainly had dropped in sale price, but not being able to get out. They were pretty awful, the checkpoints. The northern Waikato to South Auckland, again, we went through 2 different sorts of checkpoints most of the time, and they were pretty good. They were quite nice, the people. We did at one stage have to go up to Northland. They were absolutely awful to deal with and made us wait while they rang, even though we had all the paperwork, and even though at that stage we were living in the Bay of Plenty, which was not in a lockdown, and we were going to Northland, which was not in a lockdown. Trying to get through was awful. So we were living in Auckland, in Waiuku, South Auckland, and then we brought in Karakia, the Bay of Plenty, during the pandemic, and then we struggled to actually be able to up and move everything because of the road closures, because of the borders. What used to be, if we were moving permanently, we were allowed through. They actually changed a law overnight, apparently. Yeah, and we got to the border and the police said, no, sorry, that's now changed. It's like, I had it on my phone. I had it printed out to say that we could move, and they actually legally changed the law overnight, which I don't think that's legal. I don't think they could do that, but they did, apparently. And so we were all of a sudden in a position where we had to move out of our house because the people that were buying our house were in Waiuku and were in, Auckland must have come down a level that we could then move, but we were not allowed through the border. So the Waikato must have been right down to absolutely no level. So we were told basically we couldn't move. So we had a whole house that my husband and I had to try packing up, and we were told that we were not allowed to go. I think by the time the actual movement day week came, they had changed it again. So we were allowed, but that whole week was so stressful. So there were complaints, and obviously they realised, well, hang on a minute, we've got these people that legally have to move out of their house. So they opened up the border that we could actually move out. And in the end, we actually managed to get a packer who also could get through the border. But otherwise, everything outside, my husband and I had to do it, whereas we would normally have had friends and family to help us. So we had to just go backwards and forwards. And in the end, the cops were good through the border. They knew what we were doing. I know the lockdown, the first lockdown was, I don't think there's anybody that would disagree that it needed to be done. I think the way they done it is wrong. I think having Auckland, which is our biggest city, being locked down and still having people fly in and staying there, I think that just made everybody really angry, I think. And I also think that not having an 0800 tell on your neighbours, you know, I mean, there was so much of the be nice to your neighbour, be nice to people, and then have people ring and tell on them if they didn't agree that they were there, you know, that they should have been staying at home or not staying at home. And I think being nice to people should have really been a lot clearer, and I think the government should have started with that. Actually being nice to everybody, you know, not alienating Auckland from everybody else.
So my name is Nadia Thompson. We live in Auckland, and which, as you know, we're subject to the harshest, longest restrictions of anywhere in the country. We got to see firsthand the impact of these restrictions as small business owners. My husband mainly runs our business. Myself, I work in corporate roles. I got to work full-time at home trying to parent young children who at the time were 5, 9 and 11. Also, as a person whose mother died in September 2021 in Christchurch, it had significant financial stress on our family, and it was probably the most stressful and challenging time of my life. So we run a retail store in Manukau. Its biggest seller being paint, but they also sell blinds, wallpaper, flooring, etc. Obviously impacted by the forced closure in the level 4 lockdown, and were nimble enough to operate reasonably effective in level 3. Essentially, one of the biggest challenges for us was that the fixed cost of running a business don't go away. Wages, rent, and insurance, etc., were always there. In level 4, we were losing about $15,000 a week from our own money, and everybody said to me, "But you're getting the wage subsidy." Now that was $585 per person. My husband is a decent employer who chooses to pay living wage, and at the time was paying his staff $1,000 a week and got them to agree to only 80%, but there was still a big number. He said to me he had an obligation to pay his staff. Working from home simply is not an option in a retail store. We had personal guarantees with some suppliers in head office from owning a franchise. We were fortunate that we had cash in the bank, but only because we were forced to relocate under court order back to St Heliers in Auckland where we lived, and we're renting. So our house deposit basically got chewed through and went down over time. We were really concerned that we weren't going to be in a position to buy a house again in the area where we needed to live in. There was huge disruption to the store when a person who was healthy couldn't work because someone else in their household was sick. It became normal that employees were off work for 2 weeks at a time as a result of this. And there was a week where my husband basically had to run the shop by himself. My reality was my husband working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day for months on end, which had a knock-on effect, obviously, into our family relationships. There was also the wider disruption as time wore on around freighting and getting stock into store, that it required us to invest a lot of money to hold stock because we couldn't get to it. That further impacted our cash flow and our cash reserves at the time, which was really challenging for us. From a business perspective, that period where money was being printed, interest rates at historic lows, everything that the government did actually caused an economic boom, which in some ways was good, but then now it's been followed, the last couple of years have been recessionary, and that's still affecting us now. It's incredibly difficult to run a business when you can't forecast. In our case, I think we're in some of the toughest positions because we had a mum working full-time at home and a husband who wasn't there, and 3 children. My children, my youngest, Matthew, was 5. His start of school was affected for the first couple of years because quite simply he wasn't being educated. I was really excited. We're at the point that I could find someone else to bring into my bubble so they could hang out with him, but he spent lots of time on devices. My elder 2 children, who at the time were 9 and 11, they didn't get a lot of schooling. I compared to children in private school who got education versus didn't. But even the effect is very real today on that. It was just insanely difficult for our family and for our children. So in late 2021, my mum was really unwell. Smoking kills. She had lung cancer, and it was terminal. And when I was in Auckland and was in lockdown, I got that call from the doctor on the Saturday telling me that she was in an active dying state. Mum's doctor provided me with a letter that supported my application to travel. I travelled in full PPE because I wanted to be safe. My time in Christchurch was ridiculously stressful and much more than it should have been. I was literally treated as a leper by my aunt and uncle. They said that if I had turned up at their house, that they would have run out the back door. And the only conversations I could have had were across a car park at a distance. So I couldn't be with my brother apart from a car park. It was really challenging. Oddly, my experience in the rest home, while was always going to be upsetting and stressful, but it was what it needed to be. I was really lucky. She bounced back on Monday, seemingly, so I could say what I wanted to say and have some good quality time with her. I tag team time with her with my brother. He was over from the UK. He based himself in New Zealand for this, but we could never be there, or we couldn't at that time be there together. On the Wednesday morning, the doctor gave her a few hours to live, and gratefully the doctor asked on our behalf my brother and I to be together in the room, and they consented to that. I was still in full PPE. He had his mask on, but at least we were together. The staff there were outstanding. I share this as it was clear there was a way for me to do this safely. I tested every week before I travelled in Auckland. They made me test when I was there. There was lots of testing going on to check. I genuinely feel when I hear of other people for whom this wasn't an option. For me, that was one of the cruelest and inhumane policies of the response, not allowing people to be with loved ones when they died. While I had my brother and my aunts and uncles there, I obviously couldn't have my husband with me, and I couldn't have my 2 older children. The need for future pandemics, number one, is that we should be focusing on protecting the vulnerable. We should lock down and protect those at risks. Focus on minimising impact to the people who are not at risk. We should have left young people alone to continue schooling because we've now got a knock-on impact, which is really sad, to be honest. And also allowing small business owners to operate because they could have done that in a safe way and kept their livelihoods going. And it's sad that didn't happen. I've spoken about quarantine being too heavy-handed, particularly when it got to Omicron. The restrictions felt way out of proportion to what the severity of the disease was at the time, and recognise that testing was a tool. Buy tests early, and if we're struggling to get them, allow people to input them for themselves. And if vaccines do not stop transmission, don't mandate them. Give people the choice. That in itself divided people and destroyed people's lives. We are a small island. We can close our borders. If we need to do this again, use the time to plan and keep it short. Keep any kind of lockdown super short while we understand, and then focus on protecting the vulnerable.
recall that some still had significant restrictions on gatherings and the way businesses could operate at those levels. And so even during those lower alert levels and lower settings, many people and businesses opted to continue operating or working from home. So that's a very brief reminder of what the lockdowns involved and the settings as we describe them, or rules. Now, when and how long were these lockdowns? Ms. Levy has already spoken particularly about that very first lockdown, and it's all something that I think we all remember at the end of March in 2020, when COVID had been newly detected in the country, and the alert levels were announced for the whole country, and we went into level 4 for a month, followed by alert level 3 for just over 2 weeks. We formed our bubbles, on the whole followed the rules, adapted to life under these rules, and phase 1 of this inquiry described the high levels of trust and cohesion and strong support from communities, social and economic supports, and clear communication. During that lockdown, we collectively brought community COVID cases down to 0. We then had a second period where, as a country, we were largely out of lockdown. The following 15 months, most of the country spent most of the time at level 1, with almost no community transition of COVID, comparatively few restrictions on domestic activities. Unlike the rest of the world during that period, we in New Zealand had concerts and sports matches and could gather and go to work and school. And we had comparatively very few cases of COVID. In that period, though, Auckland faced some additional periods in lockdown in response to clusters of community transmission. In August 2020, Auckland was put into level 3 for 2.5 weeks, followed by a newly created level 2.5 for a further 3 weeks. And in February 21, Auckland had 2 more periods of lockdown, a level 3 lockdown, 3 days and then 7 days. This meant that Auckland felt more of the burden of lockdowns in that second period of relative freedom. Overall, however, even taking that into account, as phase 1 of this inquiry found, these lockdowns through this period proved to be an effective tool for achieving and maintaining the elimination strategy. And although our lockdowns in New Zealand were stricter than in many other countries, we spent less time under lockdown conditions. Then came 17 August 2021, and we had the first case of community transmission in New Zealand of the Delta strain. This was a new strain of COVID, considered more infectious and deadly than the previous Beta strain, and the country again entered a nationwide level 4 lockdown. For most of New Zealand, that lockdown lasted 2 weeks at level 4, followed by 1 week at level 3, a total of 21 days before dropping to the level 2 level of restriction. Auckland, on the other hand, spent almost a month at level 4, followed by 2.5 long months at level 3, with slight easing of restrictions throughout that period in newly created levels 3.1 and 3.2. So for Auckland, it stayed in lockdown for 107 days from 17 August until 2 December 2021. And the boundaries around Auckland remained closed until 14 December, a total of 120 days. To the north and south, Northland and Waikato had shifts up and down in alert levels through that period. But even when out of lockdown, those regions in particular were affected by the closed boundary with Auckland. And so Northland in particular was cut off from the rest of the country throughout that whole period. It was also during this period that it became evident that the elimination strategy could not be maintained. And so when the lockdown ended, it wasn't to the same levels of freedom as we'd previously experienced immediately. But we moved into a new framework known and described as the traffic light system. And so Auckland and Northland, when it came out of that lockdown, went to a red traffic light setting. Now, as I mentioned, this is we don't consider this a lockdown, but it still had significant restrictions, and schools and ECEs in Auckland didn't completely reopen for in-person learning until even later in February 2022. And Auckland and Northland in particular spent the majority of the next 4 months at that red traffic light setting, where many people also opted to stay home or work from home. Now, it is this long Auckland-centred lockdown that the inquiry has been asked to look at in particular. The inquiry, as Ms Levy has outlined, is required to review key decisions regarding the imposition and maintenance of lockdowns during this period. The key decisions include the decision to enter this lockdown and also the almost weekly decisions to maintain the lockdown in Auckland throughout that period, as well as ultimately the decision to come out of it and adopt the traffic light system. During this period, there were also decisions along the way about the regional boundaries and about what restrictions applied during the different settings, including the newly created levels 3.1 and 3.2. As Ms Levy has mentioned, the inquiry has been gathering information about the decision through the review of government records, interviews with government officials, and will continue to do so throughout the following months. But at this hearing, we're going to be focusing on the range of experiences of that long 2021 lockdown from different individuals, communities, and service providers, largely from Auckland and Northland, and some from further south, including Waikato and also the South Island. We will be asking the witnesses about their experiences during the lockdown, the consequences it had for them and the communities that they serve, and about what we can learn from their experiences going forward. Many will also give some evidence about their experience with vaccine mandates, which is a topic that we will come to in more detail on Friday. So who are we going to hear from? We're going to start today with representatives from business communities in Auckland, Northland, Waikato and Canterbury. Tomorrow we'll start with evidence from researchers who will talk to us about the research that they've carried out into the different effects of lockdowns and what we can learn from that going forward. We'll then hear a series of perspectives from those in health and disability about their experiences of the lockdowns. Across Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll also be hearing perspectives from representatives of different communities within Auckland, as well as hear from Auckland Council about their role in implementing the different requirements of lockdowns. We'll end on Wednesday with a focus on the impact of lockdowns on education and the perspectives of young people. It is, I think, important to acknowledge that with all of this evidence, we're looking back with the benefit of hindsight and distance at what was undoubtedly an extremely difficult period for many. Of course, these lockdowns didn't happen in a vacuum, and they occurred against the background of the arrival of a novel and deadly virus that we watched cause immense damage and millions of deaths worldwide, and an environment of changing information and uncertainty. That context is important. However, fully understanding the impacts and consequences of lockdowns on different groups, the challenges and the range of experiences is important so that we can reflect and take lessons on what should be considered if and when lockdowns need to be considered as a tool in the future. As the Chair said in his opening address, we hope that learning these lessons will leave us better prepared for future pandemics. With that, I'd like to introduce our first witnesses in person at today's hearing, Ms Viv Beck, the Chief Executive of Heart of the City, and Mr Paul Jarvie, the Manager of Employment Relations and Safety from EMA, the Employers and Manufacturers Association. And if the Commissioners are ready, I will begin by asking them to introduce themselves.
Yes, thank you, Ms Kelly. Please go ahead.
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you both for coming and being with us here today and providing your evidence. I'll start, as I said, with asking you each to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your background. To start with Viv, Ms Beck, if I could ask you to tell us who you are and where you're from and about your background.
Tēnā koe. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Viv Beck and I'm the Chief Executive of Heart of the City, which is the business association for Central Auckland. I have a public, private, not-for-profit sector background. I have held governance roles, senior corporate roles. I've led small businesses and also been involved with startups and many of the businesses we represented through this period, like retail and hospitality.
Good morning. My name is Paul Jarvie, Manager of Employment Relations and Safety at EMA, the Employers and Manufacturers Association. My background is in physiotherapy many years ago. I've been with EMA 37 years. In that role, health and safety was the main part of it. Then moved into training, devised a whole lot of training programs for businesses, plus consultancy. I've done work with the International Labour Organisation, the World Bank, all in the areas of occupational health and safety.
Thank you. Viv, I'll ask if you can describe the role and responsibilities of Heart of the City, in a bit more detail, both in general and specifically during the COVID times.
We work for the economic benefit of business in the central city. We have a place-based focus and we don't normally get involved with things inside the business, but we market, we promote, we run events, all designed to bring people into the central city, and we advocate on things relating to the place, like safety, accessibility, ensuring it's a good place to do business. Through the COVID period, we actually had to change focus like everybody else. Obviously, we couldn't continue to promote because we basically faced a perfect storm with the loss of tourists, international students, large events, and more than 130,000 people leave to work from home. So we continued to communicate with businesses, but we focused largely on the small to medium businesses that were customer facing, that were really dealing with the eye of the storm. And so we focused on, we gathered data, we advocated, and we continued to plan for things like events because we had no idea when we were going to be coming out of lockdown. So we had to continue an element of our business as usual work, but a lot of it was geared towards the small businesses that were affected. Things like getting materials translated in the early stages so that they could read them.
And I believe during this period you formed a group with others known as the Auckland Business Boundary Forum. Can you describe that group for us also?
So right from the outset, very early in 2020, we met at least weekly with other groups focused on the business community across Auckland and with local government and central government and local government officials. And that was an invaluable group because we were able to compare notes on the severity of what was happening and pass feedback in real time back to Wellington. And so it was an invaluable group in that sense. They were hearing a voice from Auckland that was pretty united in what it was dealing with.
I'll just jump back to Paul then also. If you could tell us a bit more before we move on to talk about lockdown specifically, just about EMA and more about who your members are, what you do and the specific role you played.
Certainly.
During that
EMA has been around for 125 years and we represent employers. Our membership base is about 7,000 members from about Taupo North, mainly in the manufacturing area, but we've got businesses from A to Z basically. Most of the members are the SMEs, the medium smalls, but we also have quite a large number of the big end of town as well. So our business is really representing business at the government level and anything to do with policies that affect business. So we advocate on behalf of things like health and safety law, immigration law, ACC changes, urban transport, anything that affects business. That's our kind of mandate. And we have a lot of forums for our members to talk to us, so we can talk to politicians, heads of departments, officials, etc. And vice versa, so they can talk to us and then we can go back out to our members. We have been around, as I said, for 125 odd years. We've got a strong membership base, and over the last 18 years, we've got a lot more customer focus for our members. I guess in the old days it was we know best, but in the last 10 years or so we've got much more of a membership focus. So we're asking our employers and businesses what they think and feel, and then we can massage that round and take it back to the politicians, etc.
That's very helpful. If we'll turn now to the particular experience of during lockdown. Before we do that, Viv, I just would like to record for the record that you've also provided evidence to the Commission, both in written form and in an engagement session, and that this session will be focusing and ask a bit more detail about just some of the key aspects of that evidence, but it won't be the full picture. But speaking to your experience of lockdowns, if we talk just very briefly about the earlier lockdown. So we've said our focus is on the long Auckland lockdown, but could you tell us about the experience of Auckland City businesses and of Heart of the City during those the first lockdown in 2020 and the period after that?
We could see the impact right from when the first border control went on early February. We started to see the impact, and it was almost like the life was drawing out of the place by the time we got to that major lockdown. We could see that people were starting to work from home. We saw the Auckland Arts Festival dismantled midstream, and we obviously weren't getting the tourists and international students. So it was a really severe impact on that night of the first big lockdown in March. I think it was about the 25th of March, a Wednesday night. Literally the city centre was deserted. That's the scale of the impact. It was massive sales in these about 1,300 consumer-facing businesses that we're talking about. They dropped over 95% overnight, literally. And we were left with essential workers and very few other people that we would normally be seeing in the central city.
Over the following period, once that lockdown had lifted, can you describe what the conditions were like for businesses during that period?
The entire period was actually difficult, and it was one of the points I made throughout was it was always a bit mixed. It depended on the business, their location, their customer base. But if you think about international businesses focused on international tourists, retail, hospitality, they had pretty severe impacts, and so they didn't go away. Interesting when you talk about the sort of the length of the lockdown. We didn't have one period through the entire time that we were back to pre-COVID levels, and you'll see that as we go further into it. But even in that early period, we had people in a severe state of stress. If you think about the people who had already faced years of construction impacts of the City Rail link, for those people this was just another severe thing on top of a very severe situation already. So it had a massive impact, and I recall people really appreciated things like the wage subsidy, but they also had all their operating costs and rent to pay. So the stress levels were very high. I can distinctly remember people who didn't, for example, have a no access clause in their contract, facing some pretty severe situations. So it was a really stressful time. I remember that well.
I wonder if you'd mind if we bring up you collected data during that time about the spending to show the impact that you're talking about, and I wonder if we could show graph 1 to the powers.
One thing
that
I'd
be.
like to say while that comes up
Yes.
is it was incredible resilience from the people affected. It was extraordinary what they went through, but the efforts they made to everybody understood the health imperatives, and people were extraordinary in how they put all those restrictions in while they were so worried about their situations.
Yes. Okay, that's right. We'll move on. We'll see if we can bring something up a bit later. I wonder, though, if you could just talk to us briefly about the data that you did collect during that time.
Well, we showed on average that in a level 4 lockdown, sales were 95% down on pre-COVID. 2019 we were measuring at that time. In a level 3 it was 87%, level 2 38%, level 1 19%. That's an average. So it was even in a level 1 lockdown where people thought we were back to normal, there were quite significant impacts being felt.
And this was data that was based on people's spending?
Yeah, so we procure that information. It's bank data.
Bank data on spending and localised to
our area specifically. So it was very much for our area, which delivers it's about 1% of the area of Auckland, but it's about 20% of the GDP and about 10% of New Zealand's.
Thank you. If we now move to the long Auckland lockdown, that is our focus, the August 2021 lockdown. Can you tell us about the impact of this on the heart of the city businesses, starting with when we entered lockdown? Do you remember how the business community or your community responded?
I remember it very well. It was the second year in a row that our Restaurant Month event was cancelled midstream. From memory, it was a Monday night, 6 o'clock. So restaurants were full. They had full fridges, customers fully booked, and they had till midnight to clear out their stock and close up whilst they continued to serve their customers. So I remember that's the sort of impacts people were dealing with. Short amounts of time to close up, but they actually were busy at that time with Restaurant Month. They were the hospitality businesses. But I think the reality is the second lockdown had a very different effect on people. I think at the beginning people had a different sort of sense of what lay ahead in the elimination strategy. But by the time they got to the second one, I think there was a growing sense that if the vaccination had been faster, we could have avoided such an extensive lockdown. But once again, people did what was asked of them. They closed up, they worked to what was asked of them. But the reality is, bearing in mind we were still trading below pre-COVID, and if you do get to see the charts, you'll see we didn't ever come back up, and we're still not back to pre-COVID levels. But that was a very difficult period, and it went way beyond just the dates you read out before. I've got a letter that I wrote to, I think it was the Minister of Finance in March 2022, saying we just had the worst month outside of a lockdown, and it was something like 50-60% down still. I mean, you can see in this chart here, we're the dark blue, so you can't see any months from January 2020 until September 2021, and in fact you go beyond that and it's still down. That shows you the severity of what people in the central city were dealing with.
And so just speaking to this graph for a minute, if I'm correct, what this is showing is percentage change in spending between 2019 and the periods listed there, and the equivalent month in 2019. So and the dark blue line is the heart of the city business area, is that right?
Yeah. The lighter blue is the rest of Auckland. And now the group we were working with weekly were also, and EMA was part of that group, they were also concerned because you can see they weren't doing too well either. So across Auckland, we were very concerned about the impacts on the small to medium businesses that were customer facing. In particular, we had a focus on them. It's not to say others didn't have impacts, but those trying to trade in an environment like this with customers, it was very difficult. And you'll see that the rest of New Zealand was in green quite a lot of the time. And again, by green, I think you mean they're the light blue colour, but as in atop of the... it's ahead above of the line. Yes. So if I give you an example, in April 2020, you'll see the dark blue line, which is our area, was about 95% down.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. I'll just switch to you, Paul, for a minute as well. Would you... again, taking you back to the early lockdowns as well and stepping through in the same way, but would you be able to tell us about how you and your members responded to the lockdowns and EMA, what role you played, particularly during the lockdowns?
Yeah, I think the first thing about it, we kind of heard it was something was going on with the news, but then when the lockdown finally arrived, it was sudden, it was here now, and businesses weren't really prepared for it. As Viv said, I think it was at 6 o'clock at night. What do you do? Because next day you can't go to work. So it was a kind of a very abrupt lockdown in terms of what you could do to prepare for it. And all of a sudden you couldn't do anything because you're stuck at home. At the same time, you're still running a business, and businesses still have costs, even though you're not at work producing things to sell, you still got things to pay. So there was huge stresses put on certainly the middle to senior managers, and while staff got paid via the government with their wage subsidies, that was great, but that didn't even touch the cost of businesses. And many business owners really concentrated on looking after their staff at their expense, and certainly middle managers, who were the frontline people between, if you like, workers and bosses, they felt really bad about sending them home, because what are you going to do? It was very, very difficult. I think to Viv's point and those graphs, I think even today we really haven't come out of post-COVID. I think people, while it was kind of novel staying at home, it was kind of fun in the first couple of days, but that soon wore off. And certainly businesses, if they could, they could pivot and work from home. But if you're manufacturing, you're stuck. You can't work from home. So those were kind of novel days, and we had all the phone call, Teams meetings, and all this fun kind of thing. But that certainly wore off quite quickly, to the point now where people have got used to working from home, and they don't want to come back to work for a whole lot of other reasons. But to the point about not coming back to pre-COVID, I think we went from COVID, post-COVID, now we're in the economic kind of crisis, and people really haven't got out of that fuzz of feeling good as a country. So I think we're still on that kind of tail end of doom and gloom.
Can you talk us a little bit about the role that EMA played? And I know that you ran an advice line service, and perhaps tell us about that during the COVID period.
So just to put it into context, COVID really was a public health issue, managed under a health and safety umbrella, with a large input from employment relations. And those three things don't kind of sit comfortably together, but they're on the plate for business. So while the government, through public health, said stay home, that created employment law problems, and then health and safety come in later on in terms of how can we get people back to work safely. So it was a perfect storm, and this hadn't been written anywhere. So we're kind of backing up as we went along. Our advice line had about 12 to 15 people in it prior to COVID. That was doubled over COVID. Normally would take 124 calls a week. That went to 1,000 plus during the lockdowns. And that was from businesses calling our advice line, what can we do? And trying to find advice, practical stuff that they could apply, because even though the COVID was there and the lockdowns were there, employment law stayed intact. So you couldn't just do things because it was COVID. So employment law, all the regimes around employment law had to be met. If you wanted to, for example, stand down someone, you had to follow the process. So that just compounded the actual issues in terms of how you're dealing with COVID. I think middle way through our advice line, we were then getting the calls, as Viv's kind of alluded to, in terms of stress. We were getting calls from small businesses. I remember one particular case where there was a manager sitting in his car in a car park, and he had one thing on his mind, and it wasn't going home. This man was really crying out for help. And that came through to a junior lawyer, so they were stressed. So we had to send those people off to AEP and all those things. So it was really, really tough times and really tough questions. How do I tell my staff there is no work? How do I tell them I'm closing business? How do I tell my family I'm closing business and partners? It was incredibly stressful, and it was ongoing, and there seemed to be no light at the end of the tunnel. It was just it was change after change after change, but no end. as I said, public health issue managed fire health and safety, put in employment law. It was a perfect storm. So we had to pivot. I hate saying that word, but we had to kind of pivot. So we really got into the mode of providing our members real, down-to-earth, practical, hands-on advice. And in the early days, I can remember running webinars with over 1,500 on it, explaining what a virus was, how a virus worked, how the vaccine worked. And they proved to be extremely successful. At the end of COVID, we were running sector meetings probably once every second or third day. And it was just keep our members up to date with what's the current play, where are we today, what can you do, what you can't you do, and again with a tinge rather of employment law, because that still stayed in attack. So it was balancing balls all the time. Yeah.
And you mentioned during that no end in sight changes, but changes happening all the time, and I wonder if both of you could comment about the changes in alert levels and changes of rules during the long Auckland lockdown and how that was experienced.
Well, as I said, I think people did an extraordinary job of actually following the rules, but I think as it went on and the stress grew, it became harder and harder, and we got more and more visible signs of stress. Our group continued to lobby really hard, and the sorts of things we were trying to convey, certainly for Heart of the City businesses, central city businesses, I was trying to convey this, just the sheer severity. The Tāmaki Makaurau Business Network was trying to talk about the orange line and just say, actually, this is across Auckland. We had border controls, we had international and domestic. It was just an extraordinary situation. So we were looking for, people wanted certainty. They wanted clarity and certainty. We continued to lobby for more targeted financial support. As I said earlier, the wage subsidy was greatly appreciated, but when the resurgence payments came, at least there was a contribution to the other costs. But people were, by this stage, reserves were, if they had any, they were very low. So we were looking for targeted support. We were looking for consideration of some of the circumstances in terms of, for example, the timing of when announcements were made. And that went for lockdowns and gearing up again. I remember actually in December 2020, when there wasn't a lot of notice of opening up again for the Christmas Cup before the America's Cup, that was some hope for people, actually just to get staff back and stock in and open up again. So these were practical challenges that people were facing, and groups like ours were lobbying constantly to get practical decisions made that would support them.
You, in one of your answers just a moment ago, you pointed to the chart that we've got on our screen. Can you just explain that for us, please?
Yes, so once again, this is the impact of the COVID outbreaks, the percentage change versus 2019, which was always a helpful sort of barometer for us all, and it was by the geographic area spend. So the bright blue line in this case is the central city, the area that I was working with. The green line is the rest of New Zealand, and that orange line is the rest of Auckland. So you can see that the degree of severity with the central city in the blue line, the orange line was the rest of Auckland, and green, which was at least above zero some of the time, quite a lot of the time actually, either on zero or above zero. The blue line didn't reach zero, and it still hasn't.
So the blue line dips very markedly around August, September, October, November 2021. Presumably that's linked to the lockdowns that occurred in that period.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And if I can say, though, that stopped, that submission was sent in at the time, but I've got the data for example, quarter four, that December quarter was, to give you an idea, was $184 million down, and then the 200 million down for that quarter four 2021, that big dip there. But the quarter one 2022 was 184 million down. So we were not seeing a big uptick as we came out of those. We were still really concerned about that red and what it meant, because people were still had the feeling they had to work from home.
And when you say red there, you mean the red traffic light?
The red traffic light. We were concerned about that. We were actually trying to get a clearer direction that it didn't mean you had to work from home. If you could sensibly work in the office, that was okay, but it was just right from the start seemed to be understood that you had to work from home. And to give you an idea, at that time when we were counting all of these this data, it was in excess of $1.3 billion was the lost consumer spending for that about 1,300 businesses.
And that's just in the heart of the city area or the central city of Auckland. Paul, I might switch to you also to if you could talk overall about the duration of lockdown and the impact of that duration on businesses, if you have anything to add to what Viv has just said.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that one of the issues we had was the rate of change coming from government. So we would have every second day or every day, depending on what part of lockdown we had, meetings with MB and Department of Health, and they would announce a change that was coming out that morning at 10 o'clock. So we had to go back and decode it to give to our members what it actually meant. So we had no time ourselves, and they had no time. So it was this constant, I won't say fear, but a constant anxiety of what's happening next. What can we do and what can't we do? And even if we can do it, what does can do look like? And certainly in the later stages where we were allowed back to work if they produced safety action plans. So this is where companies would sit down and write out a whole screed of stuff of how they're going to work safely. And we spent a lot of time mentoring companies through that process. Also, so they could work at 2 metres apart and have split shifts and the whole 9 yards of that. An enormous amount of time and spent on that.
And can I just pause and say, what part of the year or what part of the time were you developing these, if you can?
Look, I have to go back and look. I think it was probably more in the later stages. Certainly wasn't in the early stages. It was more when things were getting a little bit looser again, but I don't think it was in the lockdown. I think it was probably more in the traffic light system,
right,
from memory. Yeah, but I mean, it's the same kind of principle though. Very quick changes that you had no time to actually work on, and businesses really wanted to get back to work. They wanted to involve their staff again, and it was how to do that. And we had some incredible enlightenment from staff as to what they could and couldn't do. But again, the public health message was 2 metres. At the same time, we were hearing about how the virus gets transferred. We had a lot more information about the aerosol dynamics and how that all kind of works. And every week, something else is coming down the track that was new, that changed what we did on the ground. So we were in the constant change mode to try and educate our employers as to what they can and can't do. Even when some of the stuff came out from Department of Health in terms of some of the lockdowns, if mum had it and dad had it was 2 weeks, if dad had it and one of the kids had it was 3 weeks, and trying to understand all that, it was just nonsense. It was hard work. Yeah.
That very vividly describes the experience at the time. I wonder if, thinking of impacts more broadly, you could speak to whether you've seen enduring impacts or anything.
Yeah, look, I think the message was that, and we said this quite early on to our members, if they had good health and safety systems in place, and when you think about that from occupational health, trying to manage dust and chemicals and fumes, then this wasn't that far different from that. It affected all staff rather than just those handling the chemicals. But if they had good systems in place like that, that wasn't too much of a leap to actually manage now the COVID. But for a lot of companies where they didn't have those hazards, so to speak, all this was new. And it was, in the very early days, it was kind of fun and novel. But then, I think, as the fear of the unknown, it was almost the plague kind of thing. Who's going to die next? And that was driven by the overseas reports, seeing the hearses in New York and all that kind of stuff. And luckily we didn't have that, but there was still that kind of fear of the unknown. So trying to mitigate that for employers and employees to want to come back to work and employers to open work up again, that was quite hard, and I think that's still being played out today. Yeah.
Viv, just before we move on from impacts, you've spoken a bit already about the overall impacts and that it's still being felt today for the Central City, but is there anything you want to add about the duration of the lockdown for businesses and enduring impacts that you've seen through your role?
Well, I think that we've touched on the economic.
Yes.
Things did start to turn sort of late 22, 23. Obviously, the cost of living, and we've had ongoing construction, so that has affected us, and it has meant that all our key indicators are not back to pre-COVID levels, and that goes for the spend, the foot traffic, merchant numbers, vacancy rates, but you know, we have seen things tracking back, but it's still a material impact. One of the things that we noticed that I would like to mention is we noticed the impact on crime and some of the social issues. Do you want me to touch on that now?
Yes, yeah.
Because that was something that we did notice through the period, and we started lobbying with other groups, including the sort of wider city fringe business associations. We could see that crime would go down during a lockdown and then come up and then sort of continue to trend up actually till early 23. And we could see the impact of the emergency housing and some of the mental health and addiction issues. So we became very concerned about that early on, and we started lobbying early for support with those things. And we asked for three things: more police and a more visible presence on the street to address the crime. We asked for better management of the emergency housing, and we asked for specialist mental health and addiction services, because we could see there was some element of criminal activity, but there were some genuinely social issues, and we wanted to see them addressed early before they got worse. We have in recent times had a significant support around the police, and as I say, since early 23 the crime has been coming down, but it's fair to say we're still actually not back to where we were, but it has been dropping significantly, so that's been a really positive thing. We still haven't had what we believe is needed in terms of the social issues, and we desperately hope they could be addressed early before they became worse. And whilst there has been a very strong local effort, as we did on the business side, we've also worked with social agencies and council and others to do everything we could locally, and there have been improvements, but actually these issues need central government. And we are still lobbying and going to continue to lobby for support with those issues, because actually we think it's fundamental to address those to really underpin economic recovery and growth, and to maximise, you know, really where we have to get to now after such a massive social, economic and health shock.
If I may,
Yes.
just on the period, on the topic of stress. During the COVID, the government put some money together for Auckland Chamber of Commerce and ourselves, so we stood up a program called First Steps, and this is a program where businesses could dial into and have, if you like, a mental health check of the employer and of their staff. It was all done anonymously. And that was to try and, I guess, address those mental health issues that were being played out, because coming back to work when you know that your business is kind of wobbly, staff don't know if everyone's vaccinated or unvaccinated, it was a very stressful time. So this program called First Steps, it was funded through a government grant. That took us probably 3 or 4 months to get up and running, but it worked fairly well, and then it kind of phased out over time. But I think that plays to the point, though, that while it was a physical complaint of a virus, the effects really are both business and mental. And I think that's the part that really hasn't been picked up on. Yeah.
That might provide a good point to jump a little bit forward and speak a bit about considerations for the future with this benefit of hindsight and what you've learnt from that period. I wonder if we could jump in, you could tell us what you think the key lessons that we as a nation can take from these experiences during lockdown? And in particular, if the government was in the position of needing to respond to a pandemic again, if there's anything you think that needs to be considered particularly in or during or after lockdown type choices?
Well, I think the business network that was established right from the outset was a really positive thing, and we've actually used it again in the anniversary floods effectively, and in fact a group of us still meet on issues of common interest across the wider region. I think we made a breakthrough with, and I'll say Wellington because we were dealing with officials and elected ministers, but I think we made a bit of a breakthrough in October 21 when we went with one submission, and we actually did start to, I think they realised that they could trust us to arrange meetings with businesses, etc. But that should have come right from the outset. We really do need a collaborative central government, local government, business and social sector response. That's actually what we asked for in April 2020, and that's what we would need in future to really be able to balance the different needs. We believe we would need consideration of targeted support, so actually the willingness to look at data and see where the greatest needs were, and it's not only because it happened to be our area, but we also recognise the wider Auckland, and it could have been other areas as well, but there has to be an acknowledgement, I think, of different needs by sector, by geography and by circumstances, and I mean those City Rail Link people again. They've had a really rough ride that has not been properly acknowledged, and I do want to recognise them today. So targeted support. I think policy, I think there has to be an underlying principle right from the outset that you're going to try and enable business, albeit safely. I didn't ever hear people say that we needed to be trading unsafely. What they wanted was to survive, to earn an income, to pay their staff, to take food home to their families. It actually was that raw, to be perfectly honest. And I think to have that denied in the way it was, in the interest of a response that said the best response is a health response, the best economic response, what we would have liked was better balance of that. Nobody was complaining about the health response. It was just finding a way to do it in a balanced way. Just policy decisions that would enable smaller businesses to trade one in, one out. There were things like that could have been considered that would have enabled more people to trade through that period. And we saw it with people like dairies. That sort of principle could have applied from the early stages. I think the communication needs to be clear. For example, if they say, and we don't call it CBD, we call it city centre, but the CBD is closed tomorrow. Now, you imagine what effect that has. What area is the CBD? What does that mean? Some of those decisions were just announced without any sort of discussion about that. And also, as I said before, timing with a little bit more consideration if possible. And I think the recovery needs some discussion as well, because our group was lobbying for things like, and we could see it happening in other countries, things like, in our case, the international students. Other countries moved a lot faster to think how they could really safely support some of these sectors to get going again. And we actually did miss out on some of those things early on, encouraging people back to work once it was safe to do. That's been one of the most profound issues for us. We've still only got about 80% 3+ days. That's contributing to being 30 to 35% down in foot traffic. And still, last year, we were 14% down in spend from before 2019. They're large numbers. That's on about a 1.6 billion spend in 2019. They're large numbers. Things like encouraging people back. We asked for simple things like do a deal on your empty car parks, get people back. There was no willingness to do that, but other cities did do things like that. Events were a real draw card to get people moving again, even making the most of that America's Cup in 2021. If I can just say, we were hugely disappointed that there wasn't a recognition of how severe this has been and the hope it would have restored if we had the ability to have that event again and utilise that infrastructure. It's the attitude and mindset that I think needs to change in future.
Yeah, I'd concur with all those. But just to kind of reinforce, I think any decisions that affect business needs to be part of that team that makes those choices. Having someone in Wellington, and it's hard not to kind of personalise it, but having someone in Wellington who knows nothing about Auckland, nothing about business, making a decision that's going to close it is kind of irresponsible. And while it's under the mandate of a public health kind of threat, I understand that, but how it transpires to on the ground, that's the part that's kind of missing. So having some kind of eyes and ears on the ground, understanding what that means and what would be a more practical approach to that decision. As I said before, we had a public health issue, employment law issues, and health and safety issues all together. And it's like oil and water; they didn't kind of mix. And the same thing here. We're having decisions made. We had a situation a bit later on where MB wanted, the health department wanted a risk assessment done on businesses returning to work. So they put out a risk assessment, and there was nothing like risk assessments that companies do for health and safety. Completely different. So it just made confusion. So rather than fix the problem, they just changed the name. So rather than calling it a COVID risk assessment, it was now just called a COVID assessment. So it didn't fix the problem, it just changed it. And it was those little subtle things that kind of ripple through the whole manufacturing workplace area that cause huge confounding problems. I was getting sample risk assessments that were comprehensive, absolutely pages and pages of stuff that was well in advance of what Department of Health even thought of. So it was just chalk and kind of cheese. So they were not out of their depth, but they were looking at it from a clinical perspective rather than an organisational perspective. And that was a huge telling for us because in the clinic it's fine, you've got a patient, but organisation there you've got 55,000 patients. And it was just completely different. So having someone on the ground or something at those meetings that could kind of bring a sanity check to what was being talked about, I think is hugely important.
That's all been really helpful. Just before I switch to see if the commissioners would like to add some any questions, do either of you want to comment on the vaccine mandates that were brought in and how your members or your areas responded to those, both either occupational mandates that applied to particular workers or the vaccine requirements in the red traffic light setting and that required vaccines to be in a particular place or to operate a close proximity business?
Yeah, look, I think that was the real nub for employment law because employment law, you've got contracts, you've got conditions of employment, running in parallel with that, you've got the Bill of Rights, so people do have the right to say yes or no to treatment, and treatment includes injections. Those businesses that were mandated to have vaccines, that immediately creates employment law issues. If someone doesn't get mandated, what do you do with them? How do you manage that person and still remain inside all the employment law regimes, which are very, very strict? So while you may have the substantive argument to do something, you've got to be procedurally correct. And that could take 3 months to be procedurally correct. So it sounds easy on paper, very hard to actually put into practice. So I think the vaccines were accepted overall as a means to an end, but again, it's the unintended consequences of those that played out. And I think still today there are people out there who are providing misinformation, disinformation on vaccines, and that's never going to go away. But there was no real way that we saw from the public side of things how to actually disempower that. So people were getting those mixed messages. They didn't know what to do, right or wrong. Does it cause autism? Does it cause this? And it's just crazy stuff. And that's still valid today, I think. Yeah, so very clear, concise, not over scientific information, because that goes above people's head, but trying to make it real. What we try and do for our members is what I call make it wheelbarrow language, so they can understand it rather than the kind of pseudoscience stuff. Yeah.
Viv, yeah, Jim.
I think I can appreciate there are lots of different views around vaccines and mandates, but I think you can appreciate, I'm sure, from the figures why there was such a desperation to get trading again after that extended period. It was seen as a way to get going again. So I probably can't add much more. I think all of the business groups we were working with, which was about a dozen, were all supportive of this as a way of actually getting going again and keeping people safe. But I appreciate there's different views, and there was a lot of complexity. That wasn't the role we were playing, but I know for organisations like the EMA, there was a lot of complexity in terms of and concern around the application in terms of the law and the staff.
Appreciate that. I'll just open it up. Commissioners.
Commissioner Kavanagh, do you have any questions?
No questions from me, thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Yes, look, thank you. That's been really helpful. And at the risk of oversimplifying what I'm hearing from you, if I think context to relationships and then strategies and tools. So fast moving, lots of fear, very dynamic, no playbook context. It seems that you did have quite good relationships with government in the sense there was a lot of conversation, if I'm hearing you correctly. So I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm just trying to understand. Quite a lot of close relationships and close contacts with central government, but I'm hearing a clear message, actually we needed to operationalise that more effectively, which leads into the tools that we have available. And we've talked about, you've mentioned vaccines and mandates, and you've talked about how do we get people back to work safely. So in an ideal world, as we look ahead for the future, and we'll have an even more uncertain time, next time potentially, is it really about being super clear with government about the array of tools that are available and getting really, really good advice in how you use them and being a party to those conversations? I'm open to suggestions as to, so what does good look like next time?
Just very quickly, just to concur, I think, yes, businesses did get involved, but it wasn't at the start. That happened later on. We had later on in the phase, we actually had a hotline into MV. So we had a dedicated line if we had a problem about a certain interpretation of whatever was coming down the track. So we had a dedicated resource within MV. We didn't have to go through PAs and all the bits and pieces to get to them, and that was incredibly useful because they could hear the problem, go and find out the answer and come back to us. So that was gold. It really was gold because we could answer those questions tomorrow rather than next week or 2 weeks down the track. So having that kind of those channels of, if you call them change makers, I think was very, very valuable. I think back to your question though, I think going what I said before, if it happens again, the government's response has to include business. Not tomorrow, not when we get around to it, but right at the start, because we are the ones who are affected and are still paying for it, basically.
If I can just say thank you. We were liaising with Wellington right from the very beginning, about February 2020. Lots of information was going. What was perplexing was that the severity of impact was we used to hear these announcements talk about the macro figures, not the what was actually happening here. As time went on, I think we did get more input, particularly after we actually sort of in a way forced that, for want of a better word, in October 21. But after that, we were actually dealing directly with the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance. The Minister for Small Business, I think, had been quite accessible. But I think it does come down to actually being involved right from the start in the sense of able to participate in decision making. Because I think we were giving information, but that's different from a decision being made that actually considers. You don't expect to get everything you want. And we didn't in October 21 either, but we got a fair chunk of it because there was a more willingness to perhaps understand what was happening in Auckland. But I think it's that ability. We got to a point where we were actually getting asked about a decision about to be made, often at the last minute. But that's the point. If it happens from the start, business has to be a trusted voice in the decision making.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing.
So, Ms. Beck, what you seem to be telling us is that for Auckland as a part of New Zealand, you need data that is specific to your area. You need to be able to explain that data, or convey that data to government, and that needs to be acted on in some appropriate way before decisions are made. Have I got those points right?
That would have made a massive difference. We were conveying the data, but we weren't seeing any action that signified anyone had actually understood it. Even Treasury would come up, meet businesses, and we thought, excellent, something's going to happen now, but we didn't see any announcements that conveyed any action that recognised the severity of what was happening here.
So if we use Auckland as an example of a region that had a problem and we need data specific to that region, that presumably would apply if there was an emergency in other areas of the country.
Absolutely, absolutely. That was our experience, yes, but...
So do we need a system to obtain regionalised data so that proper decisions can be made in an emergency?
I would say yes. I mean, we were providing data, but I think that would be imperative that there is a geographic spread, or whatever the circumstances were, that government was getting really granular data that enabled sound decision making to support the people that needed help the most.
Mr. Jarvie, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, look, I think if you look at the business demographics, that answers your question. The most businesses work here in Auckland, the most population here in Auckland, and that's where it was affected most. If you go outside of the greater Auckland region, outside, say, Hamilton and Tauranga, the Golden Triangle, so to speak, it's not rural, but it's not as congested and built up as we have here. So following the stats around business demographics, understanding how business and how Auckland runs the country, absolutely vital, because we are different.
Can I just say one more thing? I was thinking of not only a pandemic. I mean, it might be a flood or something else. If it was a business, if there were severe impacts in another area, it's actually being able to respond to that area's needs was what I took from the question.
I agree.
Yeah.
Just coming back to you again, Mr. Jarvie, you've mentioned the problem with employment law. Do you think that the employment legislation that we had during the period that we're looking at was adequate, or do you think it should be improved?
Ooh, how long do you have? Look, I think at the time it was fit for purpose, but I think what compounded it was the Bill of Rights and how that was tested, and that gave case precedents that staff could say no, which then left the employer, well, I need you have vaccinated, then what do I do? So if the employment law had a caveat in that said under extenuating circumstances, but that still requires the employer to follow due process, and due process isn't quick. So to terminate someone, it could be anything from 3 weeks to 3 months. So it's still a challenge for that way. Yeah.
What I'm understanding from you is that the rules for employers were not clear in the emergency context. Is that right?
Correct. And
so,
that was.
Would it be a recommendation from you for the future to try to bring clarity into that area?
I think with the caveat that it has to look at, if you look at a pandemic scenario, it's got to consider the rights of the employee under the Bill of Rights and how those intersect. Absolutely.
Thank you.
That's all that I have for you, so I will just thank you both very much for your time and evidence that you have given today. Commissioner,
Brings us to the lunch break, does it?
No, we have one more witness.
One more witness? Okay, let's go.
By Zoom.
online, but I'll... Yes, yeah, we'll just pause for these. Yes.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Hudson. We are just seeing the previous witnesses out of the room.
Are you guys able to hear me okay?
We can hear you. Welcome to this public hearing. Can you explain to us your name and where you're from, please?
Sure, kia ora. O kia ora tātou, ko he Hudson tōku ingoa, no Ngāti awa tūhoi, whakatohia nai tai. I'm currently in Te Teko, so my apologies first for not being able to make it in person alongside my colleagues, Paul and Vic. But yeah, so I am here representing the Whātua Māori Business Network. I'm currently the chair, and at the time of, I guess, the COVID response, I was both the chair and helped support the team in terms of leading engagement with various agencies.
Thank you. I'll just pause you there. What is the Whātua Māori Business Network, Aotearoa?
Sure. So Whātua Māori Business Network is a business network that was formalised in 2020. Yeah, great timing. But and is predominantly made up of what I'd describe as SME business owners. So it does, when I say SME business owners, I'd also suggest family business owners. So in terms of the makeup of the network, is very much at that family business size. The majority of our members, I'd say 91%, less than 20 FTEs. In total, as of today, there's 3,727 businesses within the network. 1,990 of those are in Auckland, and we make up 37% of all Māori-owned businesses in Auckland. During COVID, that number would have been closer to, I would suggest, just over 1,500. I guess to give you an example, or give you some sort of scope of what those businesses look like, I'd say our top 5 sectors are predominantly in the construction and trades, professional services, which includes your architects, your gym owners, your accountants, your lawyers, retailers. We have a lot of retail within the network, creative sectors, which includes design, fashion, apparel, art, film and TV production, quite strong hospitality group, and manufacturing. I guess one of the key things that is worth noting in this context is there's virtually no primary sector amongst our database, and that is the primary sector is a very small component, I guess, of the Tamaki Makaurau economy. That's relevant, and it'll probably become more relevant during the course of our discussion. In terms of, we spent a lot of time convincing officials, I guess, that there are quite distinct differences in, I guess, what is termed the Māori economy. The Māori economy is generally perceived as being very strong in agriculture, primary industries, etc. That's definitely not the case in Auckland. We are predominantly services, and in the context of COVID, a very high proportion of our network is what you probably describe as close contact businesses. So the impacts of COVID were quite acute and quite distinct.
All right, I'll just pause you there. You had just become a formal association in 2020, so presumably about the time that COVID arrived. What roles did Whātua Māori Business Network find itself taking during, to begin with, the first level 4 lockdown in 2020?
On the eve of the COVID lockdowns. So our role became primarily around providing a platform for advocacy, to provide a voice for small business owners and the impacts of COVID, and I guess use what platform we had to, I guess, become part of the bigger conversations around the response to COVID. And so, but in addition to that, we also provide capability building programs. We run events, both online, in person, and we have developed a number of different online support platforms. So yeah, so I guess what you would expect to see within a business network, but noting that we're probably one of the, in the context of the Tamaki Māori Business Network, we were definitely the new kid on the block, and we're a lot smaller in terms of our colleagues over at the EMA, Chamber of Commerce, Heart of the City, etc. And so for us, that advocacy role meant utilising our existing relationships to become part of those bigger conversations with what was to become the Tamaki Makaurau Business Network. Without that those relationships, and without that platform, we would have really struggled to have any cut through in terms of our advocacy. Actually, we did have a huge amount of difficulty with getting cut through to various sort of agencies, etc.
I was going to ask you that. You said one of your roles was to have a voice. Who was your voice to?
I guess at the time, it became pretty obvious that there was this very acute need from agencies to gather data, to gather insights, surveys, to inform responses. And given the scale and the scope and the reach that we had into the Māori business community, our voice, I guess, became the voice to help inform some of those responses, but also to help with disseminating information through to using our engagement and our reach through to the Māori business community. So a lot of the advocacy was directed towards local and central government, multiple agencies, multiple ministers, and we were active and regular participants in a lot of those discussions.
All right. How did the businesses that you represent, particularly those in Auckland, respond to the lockdowns?
I'd say in the first part of the lockdowns, the initial lockdowns, like everybody else, there was a high level of support. There was a high level of support for protocols around that, and a general sense of doing the right thing to prevent an outbreak. I think Paul might have spoken about it previously. As you were watching what was sort of happening around the world, I think there was a general sort of feeling of we need to do everything we can to stop this from being a full-blown outbreak into our communities. Our business owners, like everybody else, are members of their own communities, their own iwi, their own marae. So there was, I'd say, a high degree of wanting to ensure that our communities are safe, our kaumātua are safe, our mokopuna are safe. And there was a general sense of coming together. There was a real sense of whanaungatanga, potahitanga. A lot of that manifested itself online in terms of, we saw almost like a proliferation of various regional network groups popping up. Some of them are still around today and are hugely supportive of encouraging our communities to get behind supporting Māori business. So, it was, I would say, the response was positive in terms of trying to get on top of this, but with a hint of, bit of anxiety and not knowing what was going to happen. Whether this was going to be just a temporary thing, I think the uncertainty of knowing how long this was going to continue was something that gradually began to play in terms of people's ability to be able to sustain their businesses and had some real, I think it was mentioned earlier, the mental health impacts become gradually worse as well.
Was there any support offered by the government targeted at Māori business in Auckland?
That's interesting. So I guess with lockdowns, Māori businesses through various channels were able to participate in things like the wage subsidy. The only support that I could recall that was specifically stood up to support Māori businesses was through, I guess, a reconfiguration of the Provincial Growth Fund. So it was a $5 million fund that was stood up to support Māori SMEs, Māori business owners. However, it expressly excluded Auckland. The rationale behind that, as we were told, because that was quite surprising to us at the time, was that Auckland was not a region. For the definition of the Provincial Growth Fund, it was not considered a province or a region and therefore Māori businesses within the Auckland region were not able to access that particular fund. As I understand it, that was probably the main support mechanism that was made available, directly targeting Māori businesses and Māori small businesses. So, truth be told, that was a pretty big kick in the guts.
Were there some examples, and I'm thinking of Activate Tamaki Makaurau, where funding was available that you were able to use to stand up a program to help your members?
Correct, yes. So I think, Vidma spoke earlier about there was a tremendous amount of lobbying from a collective group of associations and support groups for business, which eventuated in the Activate Tamaki Makaurau program. Whātua was the lead delivery agency, I guess, within that group to reach into and engage with Māori communities, Māori businesses. So that was probably the most significant, I guess, program that was stood up where we had some input as to how that should be delivered and how we could use that effectively to reach into Māori community. I should also add that through this process we had various discussions with the likes of MSD, IRD, TPK, MB, etc. And I should give credit to the people the staff at MSD in particular and IRD, who were incredibly supportive in their response and their engagement, and provided us an opportunity to actually set up a direct line into the likes of MSD to help businesses work through the wage subsidy process and all throughout the different wage subsidies, resurgence payments, etc. So that sort of resourcing and support like that was actually incredibly useful and very well received. In terms of Activate Tamaki Makaurau itself, we engaged with roughly, I think I've got some stats here, 1,239 Māori businesses. We had set ourselves a target to engage with 1,000. So we obviously exceeded that, and we were able to deliver or distribute about 4.4 million in grants through that particular program. That was on a total budget of about 44 million, so just over 10%. Also within that, we were able to have some influence over, I guess, the mentors and the coaches who were participating in that program, and invite other Māori service providers, about 78, to register and to participate as well.
Could you just explain for a moment what did the Activate Tamaki Makaurau program do?
Sure. So essentially, it was a grant made available to small business owners to allow them to access some third-party support to either design a strategy, help them pivot, help them develop their online capability, mentoring and coaching. Yeah, so was from memory, it was roughly about a $7,000 grant per business.
So we haven't distinguished in what you've been talking about now between the initial lockdown and then the August 2021 Auckland lockdown that went on and on. What were the particular impacts of that long Auckland lockdown on your members?
Yeah, that one really, I guess, was the straw that broke the camel's back. And I'll try and describe this in terms of two different poles. Economically, by that time, because our businesses are small business owners, the impact on the reduced cash flow was really starting to have, decisions were being made as to whether the businesses would continue, or whether they'd be able to sustain their staff, whether they'd be able to sort of keep the doors open, and some businesses were starting to actually sort of close the doors. So at that time, and throughout the duration of that longer lockdown, yeah, cash reserves were basically exhausted. Businesses had reached critical status in terms of their ability to be able to sustainably stay open. And there was probably, there was, I guess, a lot more reliance on how businesses could access loans or any other sort of cash grants or anything else that might be there just to keep the lights on. The wage subsidies was a good tool. However, as time went on, just the general overhead costs got to a point where it just wasn't, businesses weren't able to actually sort of keep the lights on. The resurgence payments helped to some extent. And I'm not going to name businesses, but yeah, a few of them had to basically shut up shop. So yeah, it did have a real impact, and those businesses are no longer trading anymore. And I guess that being in that state of stress for a long period of time, you can imagine that the mental health side of things became increasingly tough and got progressively worse over that. I think it was a 110-day lockdown. So yeah, the mental stress side of things became more of something that we needed to address or try and find ways to address as the economic stress started to sort of really fall heavily on people's shoulders. I think keep in mind the context also, many of our business owners, like I said earlier, we're part of our Māori communities. And so we were seeing a lot of these stresses play out in both the social domain and also in the health side of things. Where there was, I guess the spotlight was on Māori communities and Pacific communities and other communities, I guess to do their part. A lot of the responses for Māori community that we saw was generally in the social domain, which made sense, and it was in the health domain. However, we didn't see actually a lot of support made available directly to support those who are sort of who are in the business side of things. So again, that made it pretty difficult. There was not too many avenues that were available for help, and so yeah, this really did start to erode people's ability to have mental health resilience, I guess.
The other health impact became the vaccines, the need to get vaccinated, and then vaccine mandates. Could you talk to me first about what your organisation was able to do in terms of vaccination strategies?
Sure. I would suggest that was actually a really difficult time. So our organisation, we're relatively small, so we had a heavy reliance on, I guess, receiving accurate and valid information with regards to, say, the COVID protection framework, vaccination pass requirements, mandates, etc. So our role really was to sort of just pass on that support, disseminate that information into our communities and to advise them of where those support mechanisms might be. And we did sort of rely heavily a lot on sort of our mates at EMA and Chamber of Commerce, etc., the likes of which you just heard previously, because they were in a position to sort of stand up some of those helplines, etc., to help people work through it. I think one thing to recognise is, I think Paul might have spoken to it. When you're a small business owner, you wear many hats, and so whilst you're trying to sort of keep the financial stability of the business going, having to decipher and figure out how you're going to engage with your staff around vaccine requirements, mandates, etc. None of them was HR specialists or employment law specialists. And whilst there was information out there, how you practically actually deliver that was incredibly challenging for a number of business owners. I'd say also at that time, particularly with our businesses in the hospitality and retail sector, I guess there was a growing degree of aggression from customers who may have been asked to wear masks, who may have been asked to social distancing and everything like that. So having to deal with that on top of everything else that was going on internally, it was incredibly difficult. And as that, I guess that transition from lockdown to the COVID protection framework came into place, it became increasingly complex, very hard to deal with, and often businesses were just trying to do the best that they could do with what resources they had. So yeah, that the complexity and the constant change, and how fast those changes were expected to be implemented, was incredibly challenging and probably not as effective as it could have been.
Just thinking for a moment about that abuse that you described and maybe thinking about online abuse as well, did you end up having to do a campaign to help your businesses deal with abuse? Can you tell us why and then what that campaign was?
Yeah, I guess in the context of it at the time, a lot of the communications, a lot of everything that held on social media in particular and online was the, I guess, most efficient and effective channel or medium to communicate, and on our platforms, and we've got very strong platforms. We get amazing reach. We noticed a considerable uptick in racist comments through emails that were sent to us, through online comments, and yeah, a real spike in aggression and just open racism towards anything within our network and also to members within our network, which was surprising to be honest. It's not like we were sort of part of the why this all happened, but probably even equally as surprising is that's continued, and we literally have a folder where we keep a track of. We're actually tracking the level of amount of aggressive behaviour, aggressive comments, racist comments that come through, and we put a deliberate campaign together, I guess, just to shine the light on it and provide some resources for our Māori small businesses to be able to help cope with it, help deal with it.
Can I just
it's such an unnecessary thing to have to deal with.
Can I just pause you for a moment? You did the campaign. Was the racial abuse in response to communications about vaccines and mandates, or more generally?
No, it's pretty much mostly about being Māori. So yeah, I because this is a formal forum, I'm loath to sort of kind of tell you verbatim some of the commentary that came our way, but let's just say it was pretty grim. And yeah, so like I said, it has continued. It is something that we've noticed and we actually monitor. Yes, there were comments about the vaccines, and I think that was fueled. Well, once we sort of got to that period of the COVID response, the level of online disinformation was pretty high. It was starting to spread within various communities, and you almost sort of saw people who vax versus people who are anti-vax starting to sort of play out both online. So yes, we did receive a lot of commentary around, why are you guys disseminating and passing on this false information about the vaccines, etc., etc. So yeah, there was a lot of that, and really, we just sort of had to pull back and just say, well, this is about keeping communities safe, but there's also a compliance element to this for business owners to be able to open and continue. And so we trusted in the information that we were provided from government sources, and continue to provide that information to our members. But yeah, it was pretty challenging at the time.
So, just to wind up, Mr. Hudson, was there anything in the pandemic response that you think worked well for your organisation and your businesses?
Worked well, yeah, okay. I would suggest, well, I'll start my response to that as pre-COVID. Engagement in support for the Māori business sector, I guess, was already pretty low, and there was a low degree of coordination and cohesion across government agencies. And this has always sort of presented itself as a significant barrier to Māori business owners accessing support. There was a high level of disconnect between Māori businesses and the services provided by government, local government, etc., to help build management capabilities. So there was through that process, we kind of sort of, I guess, our learnings in terms of what worked, what didn't work. I would suggest to you what works is having good data, accurate data. Like I said earlier, there was a real hunger from different government agencies to, get some insights, get some data about what was happening in our communities. Those data, I guess, that data infrastructure doesn't really exist, and it's still being built. So that inaccuracy around data, in my view, actually had a negative impact around how you design the services to be delivered into our communities. And so that was something that we learned that we need to invest in and actually get better with. There was a high degree of agencies acting in silos. And so what that meant is you had there weren't efficient channels or mechanisms to be able to connect with the Māori SME community. And that's something that we felt as an infrastructure thing that we need to actually maintain. Those current models and those infrastructures were completely inadequate. What really worked well is our ability to build relationships and leverage the relationships with other support parties within the business ecosystem, and I'm primarily reflecting on the support we got from the Tāmaki Māori Business Network and how that joint approach actually helped, I guess, unlock or get the message through to the powers that be down in Wellington, because there was a real disconnect there, absolutely. I would suggest also that, trusted voices amongst the communities you're trying to connect with are vital. So, having that reach and engagement in these sorts of situations, and it also was very useful during the anniversary floods also, that reach and engagement is vital. Those actually allowed us to be able to deliver those messages to target our community, make sure that we could see that the support that was out there was reaching those business owners who really didn't have a lot of other avenues, or there were so many different avenues of information coming through that it was very hard to decipher which ones you should be listening to, I guess. So we kind of ended on this phrase, sometimes the messenger is equally as important as the message. So relying on those trusted relationships, and I think this sort of probably plays out more generally, is actually hugely valuable. I would also say, so that's probably the main things that we sort of noticed. And I think advocacy we found, is vital. Having the ability to have a direct channel into the decision makers and ministers, etc., and those who are able to make decisions, to, I guess, be able to share your story and be able to provide that insight to allow them to actually get a feel for what's happening on the ground. As a group, we really all struggled to actually get that message across. There was this, I guess, prevailing data or prevailing view that at a macro level, the economic impact wasn't as distinct as Auckland made it out to be, I guess. But what we found is that at a localised level, the impacts were huge. And I think Viv may have put up some stats about that. And so that took a long time to actually get that message across. And I think we would have struggled if it wasn't for that joint advocacy across that wider network.
Mr. Hudson, I'll pause you there. You've answered my questions as fully as I could have wanted. I'm just going to invite the commissioners to ask you any further questions that they have.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hudson. That's really helpful. Commissioner Kavanagh, do you have any questions?
Not this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Hudson. Thank you for that. Very, very interesting and helpful. Reflecting on your observations that racism seems to have escalated and now endured, so just to ask you an easy question as we kind of come to the end, have you got any suggestions for how we as a commission might make recommendations to a government about responding to that? It's a broader societal question. It's on all of us. But what would you have us say into that space?
I'm going to be very, very open and direct at this time.
Yes.
I would suggest a lot of the political rhetoric from our political leaders has enabled or emboldened parts of our society to feel like it is okay to have a crack at Māori organisations or issues pertaining to Māori. And we are probably one of many organisations that have received that type of vitriol. So one thing we have asked is for our political leaders to dial down the divisive and what I would describe often racially fueled rhetoric. We notice an impact almost immediately when those comments made by our political leaders, where they share a view, I guess, where others will take that view and interpret it in a way where they feel like it is okay to make these sorts of comments. And however way they choose to, I guess, legitimize that in terms of what's going on in their own head, but often it plays out in a very ugly way. So if there was a practical thing, it would be just to keep reinforcing that, words have power, and to be conscious of how that plays out. I'm sure our political leaders have no intent whatsoever in causing any sort of backlash within the Māori business community, but I'm here to tell you now, it does. There is a backlash, and it does make things very difficult. So that's probably one way I think I would share with you, but also I think the value of not just Ōrākei as a Māori business network, but other Māori business networks, a lot of the value is our ability to sort of bring those business owners together and just feel safe in our own communities, to share our stories together, to provide that support network and that backbone to help, I guess, push back or not let those comments affect you so much as a small business owner who may feel a little bit isolated working at home by yourself or working in your business by yourself, and all of a sudden you're receiving some pretty hurtful comments for something that you believe is something that you're doing good. So investing in those networks to continue to provide that support base, that support infrastructure, allows us to be able to, to come together and actually be able to not so much push back, but don't let those hurtful comments hurt as much. I guess I want to use the word korowai. As we come together, we put a korowai around each other to allow us to be able to protect ourselves from all that rubbish that comes our way. So that's probably two strategies or two recommendations that I'd like to put forward.
Kia ora. Thanks very much.
Mr. Hudson, I just have a couple of short questions. You mentioned that during the lockdowns, you saw a proliferation of networks. Can you just briefly tell us what that means?
Sure, yeah. This was probably one of the more, I guess, unforeseen positive outcomes. Because we're all online, during particularly the long lockdown period, there was a heck of a lot of activity through Facebook, Instagram, and what we saw was the setting up of, I'm going to use this one and I'm going to drop their name because they're awesome, the Buy Māori Made group. So Buy Māori Made was a Facebook group that was established to allow people to continue to purchase product from Māori business owners, ranging from clothing through to jewellery, through to arts, etc., etc., etc. And so that became a really great platform for businesses to be able to continue to trade. And I would say that last count, I haven't seen it lately, but there's over 120,000 members in that group. But there were other groups similar. Some of them were at a regional level. So the messaging was get behind your local Māori business owners, support them during this challenging time. And so that was really encouraging to see, and that has continued. And it's something that, as a network ourselves, we leaned into very heavily, encouraging people to keep spending with Māori business owners, keep supporting our communities, and that messaging again is something that we continue to do as well, to create, I guess, just a positive environment to support Māori business and businesses in general.
The concept of support, is that reflected in the concept of manakitanga?
Oh, 100%, yes.
So just briefly tell us about that.
Close cousins, the noongatanga, you know. We sort of value the connections that we have with these business owners. A lot of them are our cousins, uncles, aunties, their family. And so, yeah, you want to see them successful. You want to be able to sort of support them through these tough times. And that was reciprocated. It's all flowing back to me a little bit now. I must admit, a lot of this was reciprocated from the business owners back into our communities, where they felt a real strong need to sort of use what little resources they had at the time to support the collective efforts around providing kaya in our communities. We had numerous examples of hospitality businesses, restaurants who had inactive kitchens, who were trying to find a way to, allow them to use those kitchens to be able to provide meals for kaumātua, because we were hearing that there were people out there that were struggling, with food security, and we had underutilized food processing factories and manufacturing factories and restaurants with ghost kitchens, and there was a real sort of coming together to actually see how we can support the wider efforts in our communities. So there was lots of stories like that, and those were, I guess, some of the silver linings through what was a really challenging time. I must admit, there was, our good friend Levy Spraggan, the hangi master. He made available hundreds, if not thousands, of hangis available to people who needed kai, off his own back. There was no, that was just him. That was pure manakitanga.
Thank you, sir. We really value your participation in this inquiry, and those are our questions, unless Ms. Levy has anything further to ask.
Further. Thank you so much, Mr. Hudson, for your time today.
And Tim Robertson, who's the board chair. If you're happy, I'll start by asking them to introduce themselves and tell us a bit about their backgrounds. So, Leah, if we start with you, can you tell us who you are and where you're from and a bit about your background?
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou, Leah Mikero. I am the Chief Executive of North Chamber. I have been a full-time resident of Northland since mid-2020. I was a COVID refugee. I swapped Auckland for Northland, having had spent considerable amount of time up there. During the time that I moved to Northland, which was mid-COVID first time round, I was running my own business. It was a global consultancy operating in change, organisational culture, customer experience. Since that time, our business unfortunately is no longer, and I took up the role of Chief Executive of North Chamber in October 2024.
Thank you. Yeah, Tim.
Kia ora katoa, and thanks for the introduction, the opportunity. Yes, so look, my name's Tim Robinson. As Leah's alluded to, I'm the board chair for the chamber, role I've been doing now for about 5 years, I think it is. My background is, so I actually had a background in, or I guess a professional career in corporate ICT For all my sins, I started work with the post office when I left school, and pretty much never left them until I finally got made redundant. Along that way, I've owned 3 businesses along the way, including the one that my wife and I own currently, which is Benina Northland. Just for the record, I'm not a creative. My wife is amazingly creative. I just do all the boring business stuff. So we're a retail business. We also do things like, customer classes and things like that, offer machine servicing, etc. So I guess for a tiny business, we're quite multifaceted, and so we do sort of touch a lot of different customers in different ways. I guess my connection with the Chamber came about back in my corporate days. It was a little bit of sort of trying to, I guess, be directly engaged in the wider business community, and then of course as the years sort of ticked over, it was like, well, how do I sort of have a positive impact to make Northland a place where my children and then eventually my grandchildren would actually choose to live and work rather than have to be sort of forced away either through education or through the lack of employment and or business opportunities. So that's going to be my motivation as the board chair, as to how do we, I guess, facilitate some step change to make our region more viable.
Would you be able to tell us, Tim, a bit more about what North Chamber does as an organisation and who its members are?
Sure. So I probably should actually pass to Leah on that one, because as our CEO, that's kind of what.
Is that called pass the buck? No, hang on. I'm all good.
I think it's probably.
It's probably 3 key areas, which is advocacy, building capability, and celebration of business performance in the region. The advocacy part is, collectively as business entities, 85% of our members are under 20 employees, and in actual fact, from a New Zealand perspective, small business, over 95% are under 20 employees. So we, as a chamber, represent those small businesses in terms of being able to be their voice, whether that's with local government or central government, and understanding the issues at hand that face small businesses. In terms of building capability, it's about understanding what we need to be prosperous. In Northland, our wage, our GDP growth, etc., is far below the national average. Our wages are 30% below the national average. So it's important that we are able to build that capability, not only of the workers within the region, but the leadership as well. And finally, celebration. New Zealanders are notorious for not celebrating their own success. So we look to highlight what's working, where those businesses are doing well, and ensuring that we understand what's required to being successful. So celebration forms a key part of that. We are part of the National Chamber Network, probably driven a lot from the Auckland Chamber. They are the largest chamber in New Zealand, but we are part of that network as well, and an international network.
Just add one sort of very small part to that, though, which I think is quite important, probably to as much about today as anything else, that the business community, by and large, looks to organisations like the Chamber as, I suppose, their natural, who we would take up as being our advocate, because we're a commercial organisation. We're not a government agency. We're not a political. We're not representing any sort of political masses or whatever. We are absolutely only exist for the business community. So quite important, I guess, as far as how does the business community view us, because they see us as being one of them.
Thank you. Leah, before we move on to talk about the experience of lockdown, I wonder if you could also tell us a bit about your other hat that you were wearing during the time of the COVID response, so during 20, and the business that you ran at that time.
Right. So as I said, it was a small consultancy business. We worked primarily with larger organisations, corporates or government, and worked extensively with the senior leadership and executive teams, helping to bring about change, helping to build capability in the organisation, and helping with leadership. A lot of that involved workshops, and we were working with a range of government agencies. During that time, of course, we weren't able to get together. But there was some imperative work that some of these government agencies and Crown-owned entities were operating through. So we had the opportunity to really, I hate the word, but pivot and to learn a new skill, which was how do you engage people online through Zoom meetings without filters of cats or anything like that, and actually make it a very productive learning environment. So in many ways, actually during that time, we were able to carve out and forge a new expertise for us. It also meant that organisations very quickly adopted technology, which was fantastic. That in itself had unintended consequences, of course, that rolled over. But we were working internationally. All of that work, unfortunately, dried up. We weren't able to get to our clients. And through that time, we recognised that organisations started to pull back on wanting to develop their people. They needed to use their cash elsewhere, and leadership became less of a critical area for them. So it slowly started to recede until today it does not exist.
Thank you. If we switch now to looking specifically at the period of COVID response and start by going back a little bit further back in time to that of our focus today, to the beginning of COVID arriving in New Zealand and the first lockdown in March 2020. I wonder if you could each tell us briefly about how you and your business and those that you were working with responded to that arrival of COVID and the early lockdowns. I'll start with you. You've spoken a little bit about pivoting. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So I'll just finish that off. And like a few others, and when we first spoke to you, it was great, the first one. It seemed like a pause and a reset. Everything had been barreling towards something, and so this was a forced pause. And in many ways it was novel. Everyone was in the same boat. We were all considering that. And so in many ways it was almost a joy. I feel almost guilty saying that. Bear in mind we didn't have children. We only had dogs. And we also, we didn't, we had some space that we could operate within. So I think every family's situation was different. We did recognise, however, that business would need to change as a result of this, so that occupied our time as well.
Yeah, so look, I guess for us, our immediate reaction was that, the first lockdown was, I think, absolutely the right decision. I think we all were in violent agreement that, we didn't know what we didn't know. This was brand new. It was the first pandemic, or worldwide pandemic, that we'd been faced with in our lifetime. Look, I guess for us, from a business perspective, it was almost just you're doing the right thing here because this is what the country needs. There was obviously not so much sleepless nights, but it's like, well, what's going to happen at the other end? How are we going to come out of this? How are our employees going to, I guess, deal with this? Will they want to work for us, kind of thing? But I think all in all, it gave us a chance to, but like sort of Leah was describing there, a chance to sort of to reflect and just and think about the activities that we're undertaking, and in particular how we were addressing our market, of recognising that things would have changed forever. So how do we adapt to that? And I think the thing was that it was also this realisation that because of the nature of our business, there was nothing we could do until we came out of lockdown. We just had to sort of just accept that and just kind of carry on. I think at a personal level, a bit like Leah. I mean, our children are all adults, so two of them live in Whangarei as well. So obviously not being able to see them and see the grandies was a little bit challenging, but that was okay. You're doing it for king and country, so that's all right, or queen and country as it was then. So you just kind of got on with it. But I think all in all, I think all of us just sort of thought, yep, we're dealing with something brand new. The response was absolutely appropriate. It gave us a chance to sort of stop and then think, well, what's going to happen next, and where are we going to head to next?
By taking now then forward to the beginning of, to mid-August 2021, and we had an arrival of the Delta variant in the community, and we went back into a level 4 lockdown. And I wonder if you can tell us about that what ended up to be a longer lockdown, particularly for Auckland, and how you experienced that and your members experienced that, starting with the entering lockdown in August.
Sure. Well, yeah, perhaps I'll carry sort of straight on then, if you like, Leah, as far as... So look, I guess by that period of time, by August sort of 2021, look, I think the business community, and in particular for those of us in the regions and as small businesses, were really starting to get a real sense of frustration that we were invisible. We had no means of having our voice heard at government level, and certainly at government agency level. And there was the sense of, look, we've had this thing now for 18 odd months. We only still seem to have a single playbook response to deal with things. And I think that as business, look, the minute you have a challenge put in front of you, you come up with a creative solution to adapt, to do things differently, and to find a solution to whatever the new normal actually is. And I think that as business, we're going, well, hang on a sec. We're still doing these same things over and over again. You've never actually asked us, is there a way that we could conduct ourselves, that we could transact, provide our supply to our customers in a way that still, I guess, fulfilled health protocols and that actually followed the science that all of us, well, certainly the vast majority of us as business owners, we all accepted that the science had to lead us in how we were functioning. But we were never ever once brought to the table and invited to sort of say, well, okay, what's our perspective? Is there a way around this? Can we do things differently? It was just, nope, we just need to go back into lockdown. It's like, well, yeah, okay, I understand from a particular health perspective that's one way of doing it, but are there alternatives? And we'll never know because we never had that chance to examine that.
I think because we'd had that experience of that first lockdown where everyone was very compliant and we really engaged and really understood. The second time around, as Tim has just said, it felt like we were just pushing the same play button again. And being in Northland in particular, because of the Auckland situation, we were locked out of the rest of New Zealand. For my business in particular, I couldn't get to places because that would have required driving through Auckland, and it just became too difficult. The challenge and the opportunity was in the first one that a lot of fear existed. And fear is one of those core emotions that is, that permeates through. And unless you can actually address that fear, then it is very difficult to help people shift. In that second lockdown, some of that fear was starting to be replaced with anger. Again, another core emotion. And really when you've got those, the cynics in the world come out, and we will then tend to listen to those people who we believe are the experts. And so the attention to those people who are trying to engage us, it wasn't as meaningful because fear was replaced with anger. And that's when it started to get difficult to engage.
Leah, you mentioned being locked out by that Auckland boundary when Auckland was stayed at a lockdown, even when Northland wasn't in lockdown. Do either of you, can either of you comment on how many businesses or how much proportion of your businesses were affected by that boundary?
Well, certainly speaking as a retail business here, we were massively affected because just getting goods in and out. It was a real challenge, and and again, I think part of the issue was that it was as much around, particularly like from freight companies, transporters, and couriers, was around their perception of what they could and couldn't do. It didn't necessarily equate to what the rules actually did or didn't allow, but it was like, this is just too hard, so I'm just not going to offer any services here. And we got a bit of that later on, when we moved into things like road closures, I think, post sort of cyclone and so on. And I wonder if some of that mentality actually, I guess, started to emerge during that, particularly in, that Auckland lockdown period, because a lot of companies started to make decisions based around how easy is it to transact in and out of Northland. And I think the overwhelming perception became, well, it's bloody hard. So go and do business somewhere else. And, and I think, again, that just, as we sort of just maybe sort of, cast our minds forward, a bit further forward, what I call the post-COVID era now, it's why we've still got a giant hangover in Northland, around so many companies still see us as being very hard to do business with. We had COVID, then we had the year of rain and the cyclones and the road closures, and people just going, what, it's just so hard. And and again, I think we're still suffering a fairly substantial economic hangover from that, which obviously started particularly during that August to December late lockdown, hard lockdown, semi-lockdown period, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah.
We had one of our businesses whose reach actually went through to Warkworth, so over the Auckland border, if you like, and they found it very difficult to be able to service their customers from there because we weren't in lockdown, they were. It felt very arbitrary to them. A lot of schools were relying on them for the services that they provided as well, so it became very difficult for them to transact.
And look, when you had sort of other things going on like the self-appointed sort of roadblock sort of checking points and so on, that was just yet another sort of layer of and again that, dare I say it, probably only inflamed, I guess, some of the the social discord and angst that was going on as well, pitting neighbour against neighbour and all the rest, and I think again that's a lot of the stuff which I think is still sort of bubbling under the surface in terms of societally how we're functioning and I guess how we sort of feel about each other. So yeah, just again more unintended consequences of things people thought was a great idea at the time but never really thought, well, how will this play out? So
I wonder if you could talk briefly to your experience of the support that was provided to business through that period.
From our perspective, it was fantastic. It felt very aware of the challenges that we would face. There was an ease of being able to access it, which in hindsight, there are always going to be people and organisations who take advantage of that. But from the small business perspective, at the time, it felt like the right thing to do. In hindsight, we've just had to repay the COVID loan. And because we weren't able to make that business up, it really hurt us in hindsight. But we felt that there was a real effort to make it manageable and easy and to remove any barriers. So it felt like the right thing at the time. Yep.
Yeah, look, I suppose for our tiny business, it was almost sort of, dare I say, a bit of a mixed bag in terms of how we felt about it because, on the one hand, we are utterly grateful, because any support is great. But I think, it became difficult, and particularly, as I say, the fact that there was no consideration given of can we do things differently, so therefore not so reliant on a bit of support. It got to the stage where we're going, oh, here we go into another full lockdown. That's more wealth just being destroyed and gone forever, because the support only ever provided a certain level of the cost of holding our staff, and because being retail we couldn't transact at all. It was zero revenue coming in the door. We're not like lawyers or accountants who can still sort of bill from behind closed doors. That was it. We were done. So I think, and when I talk to other business owners who are in a similar situation of where if they physically couldn't interact with customers, they were basically under zero revenue. That was the overarching feedback that we got. That never going to be disparaging about the fact that we did have government support and that was great, but honestly it didn't come close to covering what our costs actually were, particularly from if we're all sort of saying we're going to be good corporate citizens here, make sure that our employees are, remain on the payroll and they've got security going forward, which for us as business owners is very important. We're not going to just be mercenary about our staff. So I think in terms of the real cost, it was high. I guess for a lot of us along the way, we just kind of went, well, that's always the risk you take when you have your own business. You're going to have some great days and you're going to have some not so great days. Well, there was a lot of not so great days along the way, but that's just being, I guess, being a business person is part of that journey.
If we move then towards the end of lockdown, and in December, you'll recall the country transitioned from the alert level system to the traffic light system, the COVID protection framework. And Northland, along with Auckland, became the same level, but of red traffic light setting. And that included vaccine pass requirements and mandates for workers in close proximity businesses, but it did also allow retail businesses and things to open. And I just wonder if you'd like to comment on how that change was for your business and other businesses in your organisation.
Probably in my situation it wasn't as relevant because we were remote. We were operating mainly online by that stage. Looking from the outside, again it comes back to human beings and emotion. The fear that is driven through people who didn't want to be vaccinated, and it started to, I think, unravel some of that community cohesion, and it did become them and us, and we just saw that division. I saw that division happening amongst people. So it was unfortunate, but driven by that unknown sense of fear. So I think Tim's probably got more of a business perspective on that one.
Sure. Look, I guess there's two parts to that question. I think the first one is that, in terms of the new levels, and there were levels within levels, and then there were different. I think as a small business owner by now, a lot of us were, well, number one, we were very tired by the stage. We had 18 months of this now. A lot of us were very tired, and I think, to be honest, we were getting quite cynical, particularly as, layer upon layer of what does this new rule mean, and how do we put in place the protocols around that. And again, I think because of the fact that we felt we had no voice, we certainly weren't being heard in any way, shape or form. So I think we were starting to go, oh my goodness, what do we deal, how do we deal with this? And I guess as part of the, where it became very, very wearisome was that you were dealing with, 4 or 5 supposed, points of truth here. Ministry of Health website, the official COVID website, WorkSafe's website. There was a whole bunch of things which, as a business owner, I better make sure I'm checking out with each of these. And every time a new ruling came out, everyone had their own interpretation of that. It would often take 3 or 4 weeks before they started, oh, hang on a sec, we just better make sure that the information is actually consistent across what's being published. So you sort of felt like, you're running around, and again, you're trying to keep your staff safe and happy and, motivated. Then when you layered in the vaccine mandates, and I think that, kind of repeating a little bit what Leah just said, that just became so emotionally charged, and you just never knew, who was going to pop their hand up and saying, this is ridiculous, I'm not going to buy into that, I'm never going to get vaccinated. And because you literally have somebody walk in the shop thinking, oh yep, they're a kind, rational person, and next thing they're ranting and raving, and and you've got to somehow sort of deal with that and try and be polite and say, well, actually, it's those are the rules. I didn't make them, but that's them's are the rules, kind of thing. And when I think about how that impacted just the way people behaved, out on the street and all the rest, I think that's where, for business, there was quite a paradigm shift during that period, because it was like there was a real sense of division, of a we they, of some people are allowed to do some things and other people aren't allowed to do other things. So yeah, again, it was just another layer of, I guess, of challenge and how do we sort of cope with that
It moved to anger.
Yeah,
it moved to anger.
That's true.
And we know as human beings that we're actually not designed to change. But when people push stuff on us, our natural reaction is to push back. And I think that was just an example of how that happens.
And as I just sort of said, I think what took us by surprise so often was, and when your own friends, people you've known for years, who you thought were intelligent, rational thinking people, down those rabbit holes, and my goodness, and you could not have a rational conversation with them. And I think, if with the benefit of hindsight, if it had been me that had any say in the matter, I just don't think a mandate was the right way to go, hand on heart. I think mandates were actually the wrong tool to use.
What was that pushing? Yeah, too much.
I just want to pick up on a phrase you've used a couple of times of having no voice and not being heard. And I wonder if you could expand a bit more on your experience of, and sorry, Leah, you introduced the organisation as being part of the role of North Chamber is to try and have a voice with central and government. So I just wonder if you could speak a little bit more to that contrast at the time.
Look, if I take us right back to the very first lockdown, I mean, one of the things that we did as the then Chamber Board and the then CE, 2 CEs ago, yes, I have a bit of a habit of hiring CEs as the board chair. Look, we sort of thought, right, we'll sort of try and be, a bit of a support mechanism here. We'll adopt the technology. And we literally set up 2 or 3 calls a week type of thing, and they were open calls. Any of our members or even non-members who just wanted to come in and have, unload a little bit, get some advice or whatever. And they were great sessions, and we sort of called our weekly therapy. And I think what was interesting out of that was that it felt like there was actually quite a lot of valuable, engagement. And just, I guess, idea creation coming out of that. But we had no means of being able to feed that anywhere. And I think, again, we were working, and often we actually had the CE of the local, the Northern Economic Development Agency, which is Northern Inc. He sat on a lot of those calls as well. But even he was saying, well, I don't know what to do with this now. He said, this is great stuff, but I don't know where to take this. And so I think, if I'm answering your question, and if I'm making sort of sense in the way I'm answering here, we sort of felt that, that it was easy to, to collate and to engage with our members and I guess the wider sort of community across the region. But it almost sort of felt like that was where it ended. We're talking amongst ourselves, but we had nobody else to talk to after that. So.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on another point, and we've talked a bit about the impact over the period on your businesses. And Tim, you spoke about there being a giant hangover, I think was your phrase now. But I wonder if you could both speak a little bit about anything you see in terms of ongoing impacts of that lockdown period for your current members or businesses.
I guess mine was terminal, so we no longer have a business. Looking back at COVID, definitely had an impact on that. We lost momentum. We didn't have our overseas opportunities. Things changed in the world, and so we had accumulated quite a bit of debt, which now has is a big hangover for us and our shareholders. So I think it's a tough one because you work through, and as you need to start to really change your business and move forward, at times you don't make the decisions quick enough to recognise that it was not going to be able to recover from that. So I think it was unfortunate. What do they say? Shit happens. You just have to, look around and decide to pick yourself up and start again. Yeah. So it's had a big hangover.
Yeah. Look, I suppose at a business level, a small business level in particular, speaking just for a second purely at a retail level, look, I think it's fair to say that the economic decisions that were made by the Reserve Bank at the time in terms of the amount of cash that was pumped into the economy, retail has really suffered and continues to suffer because of that, because of the fact that we've had such a long period of high inflation coupled with high interest rates that, people's wallets have just been slammed to pieces, and they haven't recovered yet. We do not have a situation yet of where the average Kiwi, mum, dad, 2 kids, has got, discretionary income. And I use the analogy of every year I come down to the Auckland boat show here. I know a couple of the owners of some of the boat places in Whāngarei, and for the last 3 years, as they've said, look, no problem to sell anything over 7.5 metres. Those are 250k plus boats. Those people have got the money. Not a problem at all. But your mum, dad, 2 kids who would normally be buying a $70,000 to $80,000 boat, they're just not seeing anything. They're not even bothering to go to the shows now, let alone go and visit a local dealer. There's just no money there for that. And I think that, notwithstanding, COVID is not the only reason that we're in the situation that we're in economically today. From a Northland perspective, we absolutely acknowledge, the weather issues that we had in 2023, and the resultant road closures, that has had a massive impact. So COVID or no COVID, that would have affected us quite a lot. But certainly between the COVID disruption, the resultant inflation and interest rate issues, road closures, we are now in a space for Northland specifically, we are in a lot of pain, and I don't really see, there ain't no shining light in the next few months. I think we're another 12 months away before we even sort of start to sort of claw our way back from, and again, Mr. Trump's trade wars, that's a big impact on the New Zealand economy right now. So, sorry.
I think so. Also, some of that may have been that sort of education was disrupted as well, building capability, actually having young people work ready. I think we're still seeing a hangover from that in terms of some of that capability and people going into jobs. I think that is also having an impact, and probably because of that period of education time, which Northland did spend more time in lockdown than I think anyone else, and those kids, getting them to school was always going to be a challenge sometimes at the first place. So I think that's compounded their work prospects.
Yep.
Is there anything that, with the great benefit of hindsight, that you think could have been done differently that would have made a big difference for those particular challenges that you faced during the lockdown and the hangover for your businesses?
You probably thought you answered that first.
Okay, sure. Look, I think, if we could do it all over again, I think certainly first up, I think as we were still sort of trying to grapple with the health and science, guidance and information, I do think that, we could have figured out some smart ways of doing business that still was acknowledging, the need for restricted access, restricted person-to-person contact and so on. Again, my tiny business as a retailer, I could easily have, through e-commerce, received an order, gone and delivered, put it in somebody's mailbox or left on their front doorstep. I could have actually transacted without person-to-person contact, no problem whatsoever. And I think that was the kind of thing which, you think about thousands of small businesses across the country, being able to do business that way, you could have actually kept the economy ticking over a whole lot better while still having a fairly tightly controlled, health and science-based protocol to control a live virus that's still floating around out there. But also too, I absolutely think that I think just fire hosing billions of dollars into the economy, I think that was just wrong.
I think hindsight is a great thing. It's easy to look back and go, we should have done this and we could have done that. So I do not profess to have any sort of solution or way of doing things differently. I think understanding how human beings operate, we were very grateful in that first period to feel safe. And that feeling of safety and it being acknowledged by the fact that we nearly eliminated it at that first round. But also understanding that people need to feel that they can contribute and they will believe the people who they are influenced by and are closest to. So having an opportunity for local to be able to provide solutions for local. You know, to create is to own. If we were able to actually have a regional representation so that contextually we understood what our challenges were and potentially the people that were making those decisions were people that our locals trusted. Our kaumātua, our kuia, people who are around in our local regions. We are, in Northland, we've got much more space. So we're not like Auckland where we're really contained. But I think that there is something about once we're past that initial period of fear, when we're moving into one of knowledge, that actually using local to help with local solutions might be find that we'll get more engagement rather than anger.
That brings neatly to the topic of what could be considered in these sorts of decisions going forward, and your thoughts on if the government is in a position of needing to respond to a pandemic again, what are there any key considerations that you think could be useful? And maybe we'll start with Tim to follow on from there.
Yeah, look, I do think that there needs to be a much more, I guess, brutal assessment of each of the, I guess, the tools and the levers that were pulled all the way through, because when you've got the luxury of hindsight now to say, well, okay, what were the outcomes and the consequences of these particular decisions, and you look at how that's played out, I do think we've got to take a fairly strong, I guess, response to that and do something with that. I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think the vaccine mandate, I guess the decision-making process around that and then how it was implemented, I think the cost to us as a nation was far greater than the good that we actually got out of the program itself. And I just want to pick up on Alea's points, and again, using Northland as the example. So from a vaccination perspective, had we, rather than just going straight down a mandate path and dare I say, a very, authoritarian sort of, and very sort of, you will do this, whatever. If we'd engaged, particularly the whānau ora providers up front, got them the right vehicles to go down those shitty Northland roads and, and visit the individual farmhouses where a lot of these people, they don't have vehicles themselves, and their inclination to respond to thou shalt go and get vaccinated, I'll tell you what they would say in response, and I wouldn't want to have it spouted publicly. And I think that if you'd taken that kind of approach, you probably would have got just as high, if not a higher, buy-in to being vaccinated, so long as they actually had those adult conversations that said, look, here's what the science says about why you should. Okay, here are the known side effect issues. If you are prone to these things here, yep, you could possibly choose not to, and we'll figure out a plan as to how we keep you and the people around you safe, through not being vaccinated. And, I think as we sort of found out once Omicron did finally arrive and COVID just finally got around the entire population, being vaccinated, it didn't prevent you from getting the virus, and it didn't prevent you from being hospitalised and having a particularly bad case of it, okay? That's not to say that being vaccinated didn't make a big difference. My humble opinion is it did make a big difference. I was vaccinated myself. I never had any issues with it. And I strongly encouraged, and fortunately all my staff agreed, to be vaccinated as well. But I just think that, you've got to take the people with you. The minute you try and force them down a path, and that's where I think, your conspiracy theorists and your nut jobs and, the 0.1% suddenly become the 10%, and that's the problem. Sorry, Leah.
That's right. Oh, I think for me the biggest challenge for Northland was Auckland. nothing new really. But but quite seriously, we are a region in our own right. The fact is, we have to drive through this place to actually get, and so understanding that we can't treat them the same, finding a solution to that, so that if Auckland does have some sort of disease in the future, that we can at least drive through and past you. Nothing against Auckland, I've come from here myself, but yeah.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll just ask if commissioners would like to ask any questions.
Commissioner Kavanagh.
Oh yes, well you've answered one of my questions already, Tim. I was going to ask you, how could you have operated your business safely? So what you've described to me is that you've basically said to government, tell me the outcome you want, right, and I will find a way to make that happen. And but then I've now wanting to ask Leah about this bypassing Auckland kind of question, which is, there are, regional airlines that could have bypassed Auckland. Was there any consideration given in the Northland community that you're aware of, or even in conversations with Air New Zealand or Barrier Air or even Chatham Air, to actually put on a service that would bypass Auckland, that people undoubtedly would have to pay for, but who, if they had that relative that was, very sick in Wellington or in Tauranga or somewhere else, could have actually got through through that, that barrier. But,
Yeah, and I mean, flying was absolutely an option, although our regional airline had to land in Auckland, but they were still flying. It's just the cost. And again, Northland is not a wealthy region. We're wealthy in spirit, community, and beautiful land, but actually flying was not an option for a lot of people. Even now, I think we suffer a little bit from the whole airline sort of challenge. But it is, our border is just, is so vast, from coast to coast. So it just felt unfair. Whether it was unfair or not, I don't know, but it felt unfair. Yeah. Emotion again.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. That was very interesting. I do have one question about mandates, vaccine mandates. You've talked quite a bit about the mandates, and rightly so. And you said it was the wrong tool to use. Putting aside the question of whether or not it will easily be able to be used in the future, and reflecting on, in the public health toolkit, you need a few tools. Can you see from a business perspective whether you think that mandates might ever be a valid tool to at least consider using?
Look, my immediate response would be no, purely based on what we've observed, through the whole COVID process. My humble opinion is that using Leah's terminology, the sheer, intensity of emotion that it has sparked, and I don't believe for one second that would be any different if it happened again in the future. Maybe it's part of that classic Kiwi, we're number 8, why we just get shit done, and we do it on our own, and nobody's going to tell me what to do, kind of thing. And I just wonder if that's a little bit of what ultimately sort of drove some of that automatic, I'm going to push back. And I just really feel that, anybody that I sort of, dealt with or worked with during that whole period said, look, I've got a much better chance of convincing somebody that, the vaccination's a good idea if there's no threat attached to it. You're going to get fired if you don't do it. You're going to be ostracised, you can't work here, and you can't go there, and you can't do this.
People don't like being pushed.
But I just think it was that whole, the minute there was a threat or implied threat attached to it, I think that's where, you lost the locker room. That was it. And I think if that's one thing that I think that certainly those, and it was probably more so from the purely sort of health perspective rather than just the science in general, because my humble opinion is that I think, those sort of simply working on the science of it all probably had a slightly sort of broader opinion about it. That was the way I interpreted it. But purely from the health secretariat, it was like, no, this is what we have to do. That's all we can do. And I don't believe that would be any more successful in the future if that was the pathway that was chosen.
Okay, thank you.
Is that natural pushback, emotions, as a human being, we don't like being told what to do.
And I think, sorry, if I could just maybe just add...
It's not a female thing, by the way.
Yeah, maybe I'm just going to add in terms of what does that mean for a business? Again, it's another layer from an HR perspective of, how do you provide an employment environment where people aren't thinking in the back of their minds, well, if something else happens in the future and I decide I don't want to do this, what's going to happen to me then? So you're almost sort of having to introduce, a company culture that somehow sort of says, well, I believe these things, when you shouldn't really, it shouldn't even actually have to be part of a conversation. Yeah, well, exactly. And also, I just want to cycle back to your question. It also then speaks to trust. Now as businesses, we expect the government to actually trust what we're doing. In return, we'll be good corporate citizens. We'll follow the regulatory rules. We won't defraud the IRD, and we won't, rip off immigrants and things like that. But we do expect to be trusted in what we're doing. And again, I think part of that whole issue around a mandate is the sense that we're not trusted. And I think that actually has, to your point about how do we then operate as a business, that has very, very big implications.
Okay, thank you very much.
You've mentioned trusted voices as being a key to penetrating into the community. So give us an example from your area of who those trusted voices might be.
Goes without saying, a chamber.
Not us.
But no, well, I think the trusted voices, you would probably start, dare I say it, at your local government areas who would know who are the influencers in our areas. There will no doubt be kaumātua, in the Māori community. There are likely to be people operating in the ethnic affairs area who are seen to be people who others trust. So I think it would be reasonable to be able to go to communities now and ask that question. It could well be judges, but it's people who are active in their community, who people look to, and not, and those that look to them are also trusted themselves. So that flow-on effect, so that we are influencing the right people. I think it's important.
And to add to that, I mean, absolutely, like, whānau ora providers, the local health trusts, particularly for Northland, there are quite a number of iwi-run health trusts there. And I mean, they live in those, exactly, and they live in those communities, they are trusted people. And
that's linked to the other point that you mentioned, which is local networks.
Absolutely.
So if we put those two things together and we reject the idea of telling people what to do, is the alternative to encourage a collaborative approach which involves local networks and trusted voices.
Absolutely.
And provide some principles, or even from this, from this process, asking regions to develop some core principles by which they would abide by for future events, to be at least a starting point. It's a little bit like operating to your values. If we operate to those core principles and then get those influences on board with those, and then allow that to emerge, I think would be useful.
And also, I think, to be able to be adult enough and trusting enough to say, look, we know we're going to hit some roadblocks along the way, let's already sort of start thinking about how do we address those, rather than being reactive in the moment of actually saying, okay, look, so if Tim Robinson says, I'm not going to buy into that, I refuse to, and I'm going to cause trouble and all the rest. Well, how do we deal with Tim Robinson in that moment? You know, rather than just... Good question, yeah. But rather than just this, the rule book says, well, okay, he's now off to prison, or he's going to be ostracised, or he can't go to the supermarket, or whatever it might be. You know, I think thinking about what happens if there's another one of these, maybe having those kind of conversations and I guess conceptualising what that could look like, that's what I think would be much more powerful.
How would that version of Tim Robinson react to, hey, Tim, we need your help here?
He would respond very, very, very positively there, because particularly if it said, well, look, Tim, I'm really concerned about how we're going to keep your family safe here. You know, now the science is telling us that we need to do these things to keep you all safe. And if I go, ooh, hadn't even thought about that, you know, that then becomes a much more the emotional thing.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is actually about, it's not just my safety, but it's my kids, my grandkids. Oh, okay, maybe I do need to have a bit of a think about that.
It comes back to the mantra, to create is to own, where you get that ownership from people. And, you know, we talk about emotion and logic. We are emotional beings. Logic leads us to conclusions. Emotion leads us to action. And so when we get people to create their own solution and therefore feeling of ownership, they are much more likely to engage with it and actually make that happen.
So we want local people and local networks to create and own their own solutions for a problem.
I agree, and coordinated from that local, so national, regional, community, individual, families, that
Absolutely.
cascade.
And just to be clear, we're not suggesting that, you know, the overarching outcomes are absolutely a national. You know, that's a national perspective. You know, we've got to be in violent agreement that, you know, that nationally this is what we need to achieve here. You know, that's not up for discussion on a local level.
No.
But it's the how you do it and it's how it's implemented. That's the local piece.
Implementation.
Final question from me. We heard from other people earlier today, people from Auckland, that they had a hotline to Wellington via MB. Did you have any such communication channel from the north?
I wish I had, but no.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, both of you. Commissioners, I think we'll now take a 20-minute break and then return for 2 more witnesses after the break. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks very much.
Welcome back, everybody. We have 2 witnesses for the remainder of the afternoon. First is Taryn Story from New Zealand National Field Days Society, who is here with us in person. So welcome, Taryn. Please introduce yourself to us.
Good afternoon, I'm Taryn Story. I am from the New Zealand National Field Days Society, which is based in Hamilton, Waikato.
And how long have you been with Field Days?
I've been with the organisation for 8 years.
What's your current role there?
I head up the events and engagement team at the Society under the title of Head of Customer and Strategic Engagement.
Okay. And have you had previous roles at Field Days or just that one?
I have, so I've also held the Marketing and Communications Manager role, which is now incorporated into my team.
Right. Now you say your team, how many employees are there at Field Days?
We're operating at about 32 FTE.
Can you tell us a bit more about what the New Zealand National Field Days Society does and how it operates?
Certainly. So we are a not-for-profit incorporated society which owns and operates the venue Mystery Creek Event Centre, which hosts a number of events throughout the year, and also owns and operates the Field Days event, which is the largest event of its type in the Southern Hemisphere.
Thank you. And I should have begun with this, but Mystery Creek, that's in the Waikato?
It's in the Waikato.
Thank you. So the focus of the second phase of this Royal Commission of Inquiry is mainly the lockdowns in the second half of 2021, but it helps to establish what happened then if we first talk about your experiences in the first 7-week lockdown in March 2020. What happened for field days then?
We essentially went from 100% to zero overnight. The lockdown meant that we were unable to conduct any business whatsoever in that first period. We shut our office doors, sent everybody home, and started to assess what our next moves were.
You said you couldn't operate any business. What sort of things did you have to close the door on during that initial period?
We effectively had to mothball the venue. So the venue is designed to host events of multiple size and scale, predominantly large-scale events. Lockdown meant that we were in no way able to operate the venue. We were mid-planning for our event, which is typically held, well, it's held every year at the second week of June annually. So we had a number of, well, the entire site for field days booked out with over 1,200 exhibitors planned, ready to attend the event. We were 6 weeks away from opening up the site for the event build so that the contractors could come in and start building the event. So
were you able to host the event in 2020?
No, we had to postpone the event in 2020 and that required us contacting a large number of stakeholders, like I said, those exhibitors who had booked and paid for their exhibition site. We had to advise them that we were cancelling. Our terms and conditions were such that we didn't require to refund site fees. It was at the Society's discretion, but we chose to go to them all and offer the opportunity for a refund, and also kindly asked if they would choose to leave their funds with us in credit so that we could, and when we could run, we would run again. Some chose, vast majority chose to take the refund. They had their own suppliers that they in turn had to pay. Then we had to go and communicate with our membership, neighbours, a huge variety of stakeholders within the wider event. Contractors, so not only were there build contractors for our exhibitors, but our own build contractors who come in and build areas of the event for us, as well as any pre-booked events for the event centre itself.
So what was the impact on the wider Waikato community of that event not being able to take place?
I think quite significant. It's a very well-renowned regional event, but it is considered, the event itself is well-renowned regionally, but also nationally and internationally. For the event centre not to be operating has quite a significant potential economic impact on the wider Waikato region. There are no, obviously, bed nights, hospitality spend that those types of events bring in.
I'm going to take you to the August 2021 lockdown in a moment, but just before we go there, what is your facility like? What could it be used for in a national emergency such as a pandemic?
Certainly. So the Mystery Creek Event Centre itself is 114 hectares, which is located between State Highway 1 and State Highway 3 and is bordered by what is now an international airport in Hamilton Airport. It has large clear span buildings, multiple buildings that are available in the use of an emergency, has its own reticulated water system, power generation, is fully secure under CTV watch, so is completely accessible, multiple areas for camping, breakout, whatever might be required. We're actually a civil defence site, recognised civil defence site.
Thank you. And was your facility available if required for anything such as vaccination events or other COVID responses?
It certainly was. In fact, we were contacted on, I think it was about 5 separate occasions where we met individuals from, I believe, the DHB at the time to review the site, the facilities available at the site, even though we were under lockdown at that particular point in time. And we absolutely made the site available, but it was never picked up at the time.
Is that something that you think could be planned for now, for an event in the future?
Certainly something that I think could be considered for the event in the future.
So if we turn to August 2021, have you run your 2021 Field Days event by then?
August 2021, yes. We were able to run our event, after not being able to run it in 2020, we were able to run it in 2021 back in its June period.
And what did the level 4 alert level mean for your organisation in August 2021?
So we were abiding by all the required mandate information. One of the things that we were finding going post our event, we had a very, very successful event in 2021, there was pent-up demand, but we were still in a position where we had to manage the other events who had hired the venue. So they had restrictions placed on them in terms of ability to be able to run the mass gathering settings, etc. That meant that we had to juggle those around in the calendar. It was quite complex.
And then after 3 weeks in August, the rest of the country moved on, but Auckland, parts of Waikato and Northland remained in a lockdown with increasingly, with changing conditions as the next several months went on. Can you talk us through managing that process for your organisation?
It was very difficult. Like I said, we had commitments to our Mystery Creek clients, which are really important, obviously, to our income, which was, despite having a very good event in June, was still quite hammered. What it meant and the changing, there was no certainty, I guess. There was no certainty. It made it very difficult to rebook our Mystery Creek clients, and for the Field Days event itself, the settings meant that if we weren't sure when we would actually be able to start building, because the number of contractors on site required to build the event would trigger the mass gathering levels. Additionally, we had exhibitors that were located in Auckland, who were obviously under different restrictions, so it made it very difficult for them to be able to commit. Same thing applies for Mystery Creek clients, and we had contractors, significant number of contractors coming out of the Auckland region as well.
So in December 2021, the country moved to the COVID protection framework, so the traffic light system and a new set of rules. And finally in December, the boundary with Auckland opened. What was the impact of the new system on your organisation?
I think the impact was the same. So what we found very, very difficult was just trying to understand what the future piece looked like. The Field Days event itself takes 12 months of planning. So we were working in a very confused space as to whether we'd be able to operate or not. At the same time, juggling, like I said, the flow-on effects of previous lockdowns and level changes for hirers of the venue itself. So these people are often the event owners themselves, are very reliant on the events for their income, and they are seeking some assurance that we can rebook their event. So they have also postponed, they've also had that communication, the impact on their contractors. Everyone's scrabbling for some time in the calendar, but we're unable to confirm because there's so much uncertainty around when restrictions or changes to the framework might happen. It became very, very difficult to undertake any business.
And on top of that uncertainty came vaccine mandates. Which mandates had an impact on your organisation?
I think everything did. So as an organisation, we are a very traditional conservative organisation. We're always going to follow the rules to the letter. There was an expectation of our staff to meet those requirements. That was at times a difficult conversation to have. Personal beliefs and the underlying implication that their jobs may be at risk if they didn't follow the requirements. Additionally, for us to be able to hold events, we did indicate that anybody attending the venue in any capacity may be required to showcase their vaccine passport. We had a significant amount of signage around the site. It did impact our ability potentially, well, not even potentially, it did impact our ability to be able to have trusted conversations with key clients who felt as though the requirements were unnecessary, and we as an organisation were being unreasonable to be adhering to the rules and requiring them to also adhere to the rules.
Is there any way that you think the vaccine mandate situation could have been handled differently in a way that still kept people safe in the way the mandates were designed to do?
I think communication, anybody can always communicate better. I think, again, we found as an organisation it very, very difficult to traverse what it was that we were supposed to do and what we weren't supposed to do, what was a regulation versus best practice. It was very, very difficult to sort of negotiate what it was that we were supposed to be doing. We did quite often seek clarification, being that we felt as though we were in a slightly different situation to a standard business, in that our business was inviting the public onto our premises. So at times in a ticketed environment. So, we did have a fair amount of visibility of who was coming and going, but it was exceptionally difficult to navigate, like I said, not only for us as an organisation with our staff and members. We are an incorporated society, so we do have members, most of whom of an advanced age, they won't mind me saying that, and their opinions were, again, probably that this requirement for them, we were being over the top. So we had a lot of opinions, a lot of internal and external coming at us all the time, actually.
You're speaking about it very calmly now, but were those quite difficult times?
They were quite difficult times. They were very difficult times, actually. We, as an organisation, like I said, received a lot of, we're on the receiving end of a lot of frustration. So internally, people, again, were feeling as though we were being too rigid. Externally, we had a lot of clients, contractors saying, look, this was entirely ridiculous of the organisation to expect such requirements from them. It was quite abusive, actually.
Is there anything that you think could have been done differently, and what would that difference have been?
I think as an events industry, we certainly felt quite overlooked. We absolutely understand that the processes that were put in place were to support the majority, but as an events industry, there wasn't any way that we sort of fit within those regulations, and it made it exceptionally difficult for us to be able to conduct our business.
Did you have a voice to the people making decisions about these sorts of things?
We may have had a voice. I don't necessarily know if it was listened to. I don't think that we felt as though we were listened to.
Do you have any closing reflections or comments on your COVID experience that you'd like to share?
Not something that I want to ever do again. As an organisation, whilst we felt as though we weathered it as best as we possibly could, the impacts were exceptionally profound on our organisation. And whilst we've since been able to come back to some level of normalcy, the effects are still evident. So we are still financially trying to claw our way back to a position where the organisation can move forward as opposed to trying to repair the damage from that period in time. Absolutely acknowledge that it was what needed to be done, but like I said, the events industry felt as though it was overlooked, and us as an organisation, the impact was probably quite significant and ongoing.
Now, thank you. Mr. Chair, do you or any of the either of the commissioners have some questions for this witness?
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanagh.
Thank you very much. I am interested in the Field Days event in itself, and you would have had international exhibitors. Can you explain the difficulties that they had in your relationship with them over the lockdown periods?
Most certainly. So the event is internationally renowned, and this year we hosted 42 different international exhibitors. So over the lockdown period and up until most recently, this has only rebounded, we haven't had that international exhibition, the opportunity to be able to showcase New Zealand primary sector and innovation on the world stage and create that global connection. So there was a significant impact. Now, those are just exhibitors. This doesn't include the volume of international delegations, ambassadors that attend the event. It is as much a business to business as it is a business to consumer event. So like I said, we're only just getting that international attendance and exhibition back. I'd say this year was probably the most sort of closest we've probably been back to where we were pre-pandemic.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. Just one question. I want to pick up on your comment about you don't think we felt we were listened to. Can I just get you to develop that a bit? For example, was it about not listened to in terms of your ability to operate safely within accepted constraints? Was it about predominant priority dominating the constraints and your freedom? What was it about?
It was a couple of things. So most certainly our ability to be able to operate safely within the constraints. I mean, we did talk to that on a number of occasions. The sheer size of the platform actually allows space. People are not in a supermarket type scenario. So we felt as though we were able to operate safely. Our ticketing and our systems and our processes, like I said, allowed us to very clearly identify who was on site, when they were on site, and we went as far as to say, we could integrate the vaccine passport with our ticketing system. A lot of this just did not appear to be understood, or it was sort of brushed over. Additionally, like I said, we did communicate on a number of occasions that the venue itself was very well equipped to be able to support the pandemic response. And we went as far as, I think it was 5 times. We met with people out on site to show them the facility, and it didn't go anywhere.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful.
So just following up on that, in which agency would those people who came out have been from?
I think it was multiple. I certainly remember at least 2 of those meetings being with the district health ward. I couldn't tell you. I think there was a working group of others in the other meetings. So there was multiple options reviewed. So whether there was a COVID testing station, the ability to be able to, should it be required, house affected persons and deceased persons.
Did you have any contacts with MB?
I couldn't recall. I think we did. We would certainly have it in the records.
If we were to get into a similar situation again, and with another pandemic, and you were of the same view that an event could be held safely, subject to guardrails being put in place, what channel of communication do you think should be there to improve what you've just told us about?
I think there does need to be consideration for what is the one unified voice. So I do know that the New Zealand Events Association did do some work on behalf of the Events Association, but we did find ourselves just sort of rowing our own boat because it was very, very difficult to get anyone to sort of understand that it's not a supermarket setting. It's a completely different setting, and we can operate within those particular means. What channel would we do going forward? I think as an organisation we do have a very connected existing relationship with government and government of the time. Despite that, we still found it difficult to get connected even directly.
If you had the opportunity to suggest rules that were specific to the events industry, do you think there would be opportunities to have a specific set of rules that applied for people who are running events like you?
Yes, I believe so. I think we could very clearly show that we could meet the requirements as they were in a safe way. And like I said, our event in particular is ticketed. We know exactly who is coming and when they're attending, they get scanned in. So we can adjust some of those settings to further support the safety of everybody, but also it's a choice. So our customers, the exhibitors, are making a choice, and they can make their own decision as to whether they find the environment safe. Equally, the attendees can make a choice under the understanding that as an organisation we have put in all the appropriate checks and measures to support that. At the end of the day, it's their decision.
You are in a unique position to assess the impact of COVID and COVID responses in relation to the supply chain. Just tell us about that for a moment.
Certainly. So there are probably multiple levels to this. We, as an organisation, host exhibitors who are there to promote goods and services primarily to the rural sector or the primary sector. The flow-on effect was quite profound. So as soon as we had to postpone our event or cancel our event, a communication to the exhibitors was made. They in turn had to make a communication to their contractors and build suppliers. Then they had to make a communication to possibly their distribution network, so their outlet, annual outlet, to quite often meet their sales targets has gone away. So they had to change their indent, their stock indent. They had to adjust, obviously, their annual budgets. More often than not, there was stock coming from overseas. So a lot of agricultural equipment is actually manufactured overseas. The stock could be on the water. It's not something that they could possibly turn around. And it flows on and on and on. From a supplier perspective, the suppliers to the events industry were absolutely decimated. Even though there were pop-up vaccination centres, the Field Days event itself takes almost every marquee in the country. So suddenly there were suppliers who had their business go from 100 to zero absolutely overnight. There's no events, there's no requirement for marquees or flooring or AV or any number of these components that go into making and supporting large-scale events.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Story. Your evidence has been very helpful. We will now let you go, and we will move to another witness who is going to join us by Zoom. So thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Willis. Can you see me? Now, we didn't hear that. Are you muted, or are we muted?
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Willis, you're appearing to us on a live by Zoom from Christchurch, and you are, from our perspective, a representative of a South Island business and of the tourism sector of the economy. So. Could you?
Sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you there.
All right. So you are coming to us from Christchurch. You are the only South Island business that we're going to be hearing from at this hearing, and you are also a representative of the tourism industry in your appearance here today. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes, that's fine.
Thank you. So could you introduce yourself with your name and your business and a little bit about that business?
Yeah, sure. My name is Mark Willis. I'm a director of Willowbank Wildlife Reserve and the International Antarctic Centre and Kortane Limited. So we're 3 tourism attractions based in Christchurch. My background is that Willowbank is a family business. It was started by my parents in 1974. So I've been involved in the tourism industry in Christchurch for a long time. The Antarctic Centre, a more recent acquisition. Kortane is a business that provides Māori cultural experiences for which we've been a 50% shareholder for the last 23 years.
All right, thank you. So the main focus of this hearing is the 2021 lockdowns and vaccine mandates and vaccines. But just before we go there, can you describe for the commissioners what happened to your businesses when COVID first arrived and we had a 7-week lockdown in 2020?
Yeah, obviously the that lockdown period was a time when our management and our staff had to adapt and learn very, very quickly in terms of having systems in place for receiving subsidies and et cetera, et cetera. We also had a number of management issues at an operational level that we had to institute quite quickly. We were particularly concerned in the wildlife park situation, where obviously we can't just completely shut an operation like that. There's still animals to be fed on a daily basis, and for their needs and care to be continued. And clearly a COVID outbreak within our staff on site there potentially inhibited our ability to be able to operate on site, and therefore there were potentially massive animal welfare issues at hand if we were unable to staff the facility correctly. So it was I suppose an interesting time where we were lucky on one hand that we're an outdoor situation, but the staff were really having to work in isolation from each other, so that if one was to suffer COVID, we didn't have a situation where all of a sudden we had a team go down and then we're unable to feed the animals. So there was probably a little different to a number of businesses who could just sort of shut the door and reopen it 7 weeks later and nothing much had changed. I suppose on a positive note, and I don't mean to sound whimsical, but the staff, the animal staff in any instance, thoroughly enjoyed the time alone that they had with the animals. Unfortunately, that isn't the reality of life. So it was really that period, I suppose, was an adaptive period for us.
Right. Now, after that 7-week lockdown ended, there was no international tourism, but did a new normal develop in later 2020 and early 2021 for your businesses?
I think I said in the previous hearing that it really depended upon the business, and if I can probably sort of speak more broadly for the sector as well, with the communication that we would have across with colleagues and other businesses. But in terms of our particular operations, the wildlife park was the least impacted from a commercial perspective because it had a strong domestic market focus. And that's not to say that we weren't impacted. We were certainly impacted, and without the subsidies that we received under the wildlife park wasn't actually the strategic asset protection program, but it was a DOC fund that was set up to allow the continual support of captive wildlife during the pandemic. Without that, we would have been in reasonably serious financial difficulty. The Kōtāne, the Māori cultural business, that was impacted in entirety. It was completely unable to operate. There was no market. It was an international product. There was no market for it. There was just simply shut the doors. It was a business that we also received strategic asset protection funding for that business, and we, as best we could, tried to utilise that money to, inverted commas, pivot, but that, you know, really was unable to effectively occur. The funding, I suppose, did allow us to tread water to be able to reopen and post-COVID, but the idea that it allowed us to continue to trade in any way was, you know, it's too hard to try and turn a market on in a few weeks that has never existed before.
Okay, thank you. I just want to just take you back to one thing that you said in that answer. You referred to a previous hearing. I think you're probably referring to an engagement that you had with the commissioners and some members of the commission staff a couple of weeks ago in Christchurch. Is that correct? I just don't want our listeners to think there's been a hearing that they haven't been invited to. No. So taking you now then.
I just wanted to add to that as well that of course, in terms of the tourism businesses and the idea that you pivot to domestic, everybody's trying to do the same thing, and the market is, you know, significantly more limited. So the overall visitor market comprises both domestic and international. And, you know, for those that perhaps were in that domestic market, they would have been competing with businesses in international markets who were then, you know, trying to come in, and so everybody was you know, scrapping for their chunk of a much smaller pie.
And so, what happened to the pie when Auckland, Northland, and the Waikato were in an extended lockdown in 2021?
Look, obviously it got considerably smaller because domestic tourism became more and more important. You know, New Zealanders still had a desire to recreate and to enjoy time with their whānau and holiday. So when those markets were removed, you know, I suppose Auckland, kind of for the South Island, became the new Australia, if you like. And when those markets were removed, then it became very difficult. Certainly, I know that, you know, for places like Queenstown, for example, you know, they would have been more severely impacted than our city here. But yes, no, we certainly were dented.
At some stage there was a Trans-Tasman bubble which allowed borders to open for the ski season to visitors from Australia, and then that closed again. Did that have an impact on tourism?
Look, I think there was a short-term improvement, but I'm of the view that it did more long-term damage. That the shutting of the bubble created a sense of distrust around the ability to be able to safely travel to New Zealand and you know, be able to come and go with ease. So it was a short-term improvement, but I wouldn't like to say that it provided any real long-term benefit to the industry. If it had have been a solid step towards a, you know, progressive opening to the rest of the rest of the planet, that the industry could see a way forward and could understand that low risk, medium risk, high risk. These are the markets which will come first, and we'll be able to step into it, and then you can start to plan. There's quite a long lead time to a visit to New Zealand, and so we were able to get the people that didn't need the long lead time, but we really turned off the ones that are greater planners.
All right. Thank you. Finally, every business, every industry has been impacted slightly differently by vaccine mandates. How did they affect your businesses?
Well, in a variety of ways, obviously, capacity limitations, and that's in terms of social distancing, I suppose. But the vaccine mandates we had, the major two issues I think with vaccine mandates was that it polarized people. We had customers that were angry with us for enforcing vaccine mandates, and that, outwardly vented that frustration to our staff. So our staff, struggled, I think, found that quite emotionally confronting. And then we had staff who were of both views, at the opposite ends of the spectrum. One that vaccines were incredibly important and compulsory vaccination should be respected by everybody, and others who were at the opposite end of the spectrum. And so it created a division within the staff, and there were certain staff members who felt alienated, that we were unable to offer them the same employment and the same circumstances as we had been able to previously. So yeah, it was, I think the major difficulties that we had with it on reflection was the divisiveness, the emotionally confronting situations that people were put into, really a lack of clear legal advice that we were really able to get around. It was unfolding in terms of human rights, and lawyers also were sitting on both sides of that fence. So it elevated, the sort of employment dispute situations that we were getting into, and we didn't really always feel that we were well equipped to be handling those properly. So I don't think that the vaccine mandate thing is something that I could put dollars and cents on. I could put dollars and cents on the lockdowns for you. I could put dollars and cents on the shutting the international borders for you, but the vaccine mandate, I couldn't put dollars and cents on it, but we did find it difficult.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Willis. I'll now ask Mr. Chair and if he or the other commissioners have any questions for you.
Commissioner Cav.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of your recovery from as a business from COVID, where would you say that you were at, say, relative to 2019?
In terms of our particular business, or businesses, with Willowbank, we're ahead of our COVID pre-COVID numbers, and that's was a bit of an anomaly, I think. We had a large number. We sell an annual pass product, and so a large number of domestic market purchased that product because they had to do things locally, right? And it became quite a good value product. And so then when the board, so we increased our sales of that product by 30%, and then when the borders opened, we actually kind of doubled down a wee bit there. So we recently did putting in a tourism award application. We're at 110% of pre-COVID numbers. Christchurch is at 83%. So we're probably a statistical outlier. In terms of Kōtāne, it simply hasn't recovered. It hasn't recovered to within maybe 30% of its pre-COVID revenues, is where we would be sitting with that particular business. In terms of the International Antarctic Centre, it would be just starting to get to those numbers. And one of the issues for the tourism industry, and you may come across these comments in your travels, but we're getting close to being where we were at. But there was so much capital stripped out of the industry over COVID that there really hasn't been any reinvestment in product for some time. So companies are really just trying to, get back to a stage of balance sheet stability. The cupboards are bare. And so even though we might be getting to a similar point, we're still behind in terms of our financial position, and the industry's underinvested in development over the course of the last 5 years probably.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. No, I have no questions. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Willis, just one question from me. If you were advising government yourself about the next pandemic, is there one particular suggestion that you would make to government as to how to do things differently from last time round, particularly for the area that you come from?
Yeah, it's interesting because I have reflected on that a little bit since I had the previous engagement with the Commission. I think that because we were asked a similar question, I gave an answer that we can learn a lot from science and nature. I think that the viruses lose their effectiveness over time. I think that the issue that we had was that the initial response was commensurate with the risk, but over time the risk decreased, but the response didn't. And if government had have recognised a decreasing risk to health, and I'm not saying no risk, I'm saying decreasing risk, and made a series of consistent steps and provided a clear pathway, that there would have been it would be a lot healthier tourism industry at the back end of it if that had have occurred.
For your contribution. It's very helpful to hear from the mainland, and we appreciate the time that you've taken to spend with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck with your inquiries.
Anything else from you, Councillor?
No. Thank you, sir.
Well, we're now going to have a closing karakia from Tom Irvine of Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei.
Tēnā tātou i te whare, kua mutu o mātou mahi mō tēnei rā, ka hore mō tēnei wā. Nō reira me karakia tātou. Tikina atu rā te putake o nā koro o te wānanga, tikina atu rā te hautapu wāna e riki, kawhatitia tāne te wānanga, ki runga ki ene ronuku kia ko te matapūnenga, māngi te matapui o iho, ka whakamaua ki a tīna, hui e tai ki e unuhia, unuhia mai te urutapu nui ki a wātea, ki a māma te nākau, te tinana, te wairua, te hingi ngaro iti ara takatu, ko ia rā e rongo, whakiiri ake kurunga, tuturu e rangi, tuturu e papa, turuturu o whaki, o te mau ki a tīna, hui e, tā iki e.
Thank you. So we are now going to go into recess until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we welcome everyone who's with us now to return at that time. Thank you all for coming along today. Good morning, everyone. Before we start, I'm going to ask Tom Irvine from Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei to provide a karakia for us.
Tēnā koutou. Māku te karakia, timatanga o tēnei rātua rua o tēnei kaupapa, nō reira me karakia tātou. Tēkena atu rāta pūtake o nā kōrero ki te wānanga. Tēkena atu rāta hautapu o nā ariki, kauwhate te tāna te wānanga, ki runga ki enei ruanuku, ki a koe te matapūnenga, māingi te matapū iho, ka whakamaua ki a tīna, tīna hui e, tā iki e.